All right, I'm gonna
All
refresh
right.
because I don't know. Do you, like the screen? If the screen's not working, that's not the kind on this build where you just push the button and it works, right? It's like you got to refresh. Is that right?
Yeah, you're not fancy enough to set up the fancy
I'm
screen
not.
refresh click
I'm
button.
not. I know.
Unless you're surprising me, you surprised me, and there is a fancy screen refresh button.
Oh, someday, you know what? I'm not even gonna tell you when I learn fancy skills. I'm just gonna do it, and you're gonna be like, "Wait, what? Deploying to the SDK? What?" I don't know. Someday, I know it'll happen.
So yeah, I mean, stream is going. Welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. Wow, we filled up pretty quickly, or maybe I'm just slow. Um, if there's anyone that would like to come up, ask any questions, talk about anything, you're more than welcome to. This is a weekly Decentraland community building Twitter space that Canessa and I host every week. This is the second time we're hosting them on a Saturday, and moving forward, we will continue doing these on Saturday. And yeah, just request to come up to speak if anything. If not, probably we'll just be bouncing along here on in Canessa's build. Actually, I will share the Twitter stream at the top.
I'm gonna go bounce right behind you. You and Mana Dude look so you look so like comfortable and like chill. I'm just gonna go bounce photobomb behind you guys.
That's because we are comfortable and chill.
Oh, and I think everybody that's on Parcel just remember to keep re-emoting so that we're all bouncing. Because I think once somebody new comes in, you know, you don't see the bounce. So there. Now I look like the annoying little sister. Like you guys are just having your cool teenage moment, and I'm like, but watch my trick. I can do this cool trick. Watch. Are you watching? Watch. Oh, you could tell I'm the youngest.
You know, you brought me back. I'm pretty sure I've had moments like those of me being the annoying little sibling or annoying person to both my older brothers and maybe even my aunt. Watch, are you
Yeah.
watching?
Yeah, watch this. And then it doesn't work. And then it's like, well, okay, keep watching. Keep watching. Oh my gosh, I'm enjoying that too much. So if anybody doesn't have the emo, the quickest way is to shoot me a Twitter DM with your ETH address. Because I just, it's not on the market, but I sent it to everybody that was here last week and then anybody that's here right now. So just, or I'll chase you down on Parcel and get your address and send it to you. But yeah, this is easier. And big news, the wearable and emo submission fee was reduced this week.
Oh, what?
Yep. So now you only need to do like a home equity line of credit to publish something instead of going for like the full mortgage on your home. Much more reasonable. So let's see. How much did I pay on this? I looked at, the organized part of me always wants to keep track of this stuff. I paid 339 mana to publish this emote last night. So I think, you know, last week before, you know, whatever, before they made the change, I think it would have been like 500 mana because it's the equivalent, you know, of $150. And now they brought it down to $100. So that's nice. It's just I'm looking at all the other submission fees and it's like 228 mana, 233 mana. So it's like do you publish when mana is like 29 cents or just wait? I feel like there's a bunch of emotes and wearables just waiting out there to be published when the price is more affordable.
When the price is more affordable or when the price of mana is up?
Yeah, I mean, I think when the price of mana is up, like I've bought mana in the past when it was low, like last fall, hoping that then when it went up, like it'd publish for way less. But so far, it's not going up to, kind of accommodate that. So like now, in order to get your investment back, I would have to sell 33 of these emotes rather than in the fall, like the same emote. If it was still 10 mana, it would be like 22 or 23 emotes. So I don't know, like, I mean, emote and wearable creators, it's like you gotta kind of look at it like that. So it's there's a lot of emotes that you got to sell before you make your submission fee back, if that's what you're strictly trying to do, is make money back, which it's always kind of nice to have like money to publish your next emote. But it's kind of interesting. I don't know. I'm glad it was lowered, but I'm not sure what that'll do like long term. It would be interesting to see.
Yeah, like if curators are just gonna be like, fuck this, I used to get paid $50 a wearable curating a wearable. Now I get paid 30. I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's that definitely there's definitely that chance. I mean, I don't know if they ever pushed that proposal to the next stage where I think it was a proposal to remove some people off of the wearable curation team. I think just wearable. Well, no, they do the emotes too. So I think it was asking for some to be removed that were not being, like, people that hadn't been active for a long time, because then they could
Yep.
add more people. But I don't know. I haven't seen it come through again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't often publish a wearable, but there are like names that I've never heard that are on the list that are never really like curators for any of. I don't know. Maybe they're just so rare that I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, some of the argument was that it's nice to have enough curators so that we never have the problems like we had in like November 2021, where it would take, I mean, I think Ruston's body paint is maybe the most notorious, that thing took a month to get published. I mean, I think it was also Ruston was breaking down some barriers with what he was doing with the wearable, like putting body paint on the avatar. And so I think there were technical issues he was running into, but still, like, I mean, I think we all remember, like the 2 to 3 week turnaround times for getting like wearables approved. Which, oh my gosh, if you can think about that now, like nobody has their shit together to plan that far ahead.
I'm trying to think like if there already were all those curators before the timeline change of like 10 to 15 days to however many hours, because there's like a shift. Like I don't know if like what caused the shift was the fact that we were overflowing with curators, or if it was because just they're like, okay, this is just a new thing. I wish someone smart could come up and tell us.
The only wearable curator I remember voting in is Michi. Like that in my brain, that's the last person I remember, and that's the only person. I mean, unless I'm having a moment and I just don't remember, but like that's the only person that I remember ever getting voted in. So then that would maybe make me think that all of the other ones were always a part of it, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
Yeah, so kind of like if they were already there, that argument kind of goes out the window because we were in the bull run waiting like 15 days for our wearables to get approved. And then I remember there was like a favoritism or something going on where like you would submit your wearable like let's say two weeks in advance, and then like someone will come through that like submitted like a week after you, and then they would get like their wearables like um curated before you, so then you had to like go in the shit and be like, yo, what the fuck.
I remember that. I remember that. It was yeah, that was it was always confusing because it was like, why? Like why? Why is my thing not coming? Or I would definitely hear that. So, I mean, I guess I don't know, maybe are we getting spoiled because it's so fast now that stuff is just instantaneous. Well, not instantaneously, but wonder if they also are more experienced, like they kind of like the curators, they know what they're looking for. Maybe the wearable creators now are like a little bit more experienced too. I can only imagine how many people in November, December of 2021 like are trying to put wearables out, and probably like the learning curve, probably a large failure rate of just I wouldn't have known what I was doing. I mean, I made a pair of earrings, my first wearable I ever tried to make, and they were like 9,000 triangles. And that was the first and last wearable I've ever tried to make. It's been a couple years because I was like, I don't know how to optimize or anything. I should probably try that again.
Blender scary. I don't touch Blender.
Well, it's funny, like learning Blender for emote creation because it's so, well, I don't know, it's like so complex and like overwhelming a little bit because you're also moving with keyframes. But then once you know how to do that, and then you go over and try to build a scene that doesn't have any animations, you're like, oh, like this is so much easier. And I mean, I think I don't know, I was telling somebody this week, like when you're just learning Blender, no matter what you're doing, there's like a certain level of just muscle memory, like to know like that middle roller key and then like holding shift down as you press a hotkey to like move your scene around, like those two things. Once you learn those, I don't know, everything else seems to move faster, but there is like a certain level of you just got to get it. You just got to learn those, no matter if you're building or wearables or an emote. Like that's just Blender. So yeah, it's cool to see people learning. Like this emote contest this week, it was awesome to see so many new people putting emotes out.
Oh yeah, I still have to vote on the Emote Choice Award. What were some of your favorite emotes that were submitted?
I liked Dr. Drips holding hands and M's like the shoulders because I liked connecting, like touch, like well, there's a lot of research behind touch, like humans touching, and so anytime you can touch in the metaverse, it's like I don't know, it's like so weird and cool at the same time. There were some really cool dances. I guess like I was looking at it with the criteria of like community. So there were really cool ones on there that just like they're just cool emotes. Um, for me, like community, like community, it means like coming together for some reason or like in some way, shape, and form. Just me. Just I know not everybody has to agree with me, but like that's what I kind of like. Like community is so important, but it's so you could define it so many ways. But I guess yeah, I could go off. Like community in my classroom was huge because it literally saved lives. Like in high school, like that meant more than teaching and academics and smart people stuff. Is that the high schoolers had a place where they felt safe to do their work or to tell me they weren't going to do their work, and then I'd be like, "You're going to do it anyway." How about you, Sin? Do you have any favorites?
So many choices. I mean, I'm seeing Zesty's chip exploit here. The the sway dance by Tang and Oddjob. Yeah, there are plenty of of choices here. What? There's even something by SR. Oh yeah, yeah. Now I know which ones. And like some of them are kind of like one part, two part. I wonder how you vote on that.
Yeah, I don't know. I did a collab with SRJH and Hayabusa, and so oh my god, if you like, that was next level emote creation because I created one emote, SRGH created the other, but they had to sit on the couch together and then kiss. And so like anybody that's made a one emote fit with another emote, like that was like That was a challenge, definitely a challenge. And it was his first emote, and like, I'm like, oh my god, this is your first emote. You just like killed it. I quit. Like yours is so good. Um, and then Hayabusa, was awesome and published them, so it was fun. Like, gave me a few gray hairs, but so super fun.
Kenji is asking, how do you bounce?
Oh, Kenji, hold on. I'm gonna chase you down. It's the easiest way. All right, where are you? I'm gonna run. I love that we can just look at people and get their ETH address. So Kenji, it is on its way.
Yeah, let's see. On other news, yeah, yesterday, some of us got together just like, spontaneously at in the DAO voice chat. And it was actually like it was pretty nice. Like we were all like just speaking civil, just I guess more or less the goal was to find some common ground between like community members on what we feel like should be we should focus on, like when it comes to, I guess, platform improvements and stuff like that. And yeah, it was really nice to kind of have everyone like, different walks of life, but still come together and, come to understanding and stuff. We spoke a bit about ethics and like what is good, what is bad, and kind of yeah, it was nice. I'm just gonna mention that one. Thank you, Mariana, for hosting the accounting totally not smoke sesh version of the DAO meeting.
Where was that? Did you say on the DAO Discord?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. It had been like kind of like one of those things that like a couple weeks back, Shawnee and I were like just we're we were trying to be more or less like the comic relief of like what was going on in there. So like yeah, Shawnee and I kind of started chatting back and forth, and then it got back he like brought up about how like we all used to just like let's see. How do I word this? We used to smoke the peace pipe and talk about talk about like, just proposals and our thoughts and how we like perceived Decentraland and kind of like we thought about like even just like opening it up and doing it like in a public setting so that everyone can come in and chat and share their thoughts and opinions.
Well, in my experience, that like, I mean, just regular old conversations and like communication first of all, but like even within communication, just conversations. It's the easiest way to clear up, I don't know, miscommunications. And I'm not, yeah, that's awesome. I don't know that miscommunications is why our dial has, growing pains. I think sometimes to other things, but that is awesome. And it's got to happen because I think, yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to, it doesn't have to at all for our dial. Like, but to be healthier than we are, we need that to happen.
Yep, yep. Like I said, very nice, very nice. And sometimes like text comes off as like a little more sassier than you like maybe attended to. So like definitely speaking in voice chat like can also help like clear up a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why, well, hopefully, like, one reason why spaces like this and the other spaces that people have had over the years, like, it just, I don't know, it adds a human element. And I think that when we're just hiding behind, not hiding, but when we're just naturally behind a keyboard, it's just harder to have that connection. Whereas, like, I don't know, you hear somebody's voice, You get to know them, you understand like their motives, like where they're coming from. You just I think we can better empathize with each other, and we need that because we're all passionate. Like it's awesome we're passionate about, so awesome that we're all passionate about Decentraland. Like um, just as long as we can always have constructive ish conversations around things.
Yeah, most definitely. I see that the room has filled up a little more since the last time I said this. If anyone would like to come up and say hi or talk about anything, you're more than welcome to request to come up. If not, perhaps probably Kanessa and I will talk to ourselves for the next 30 minutes or so and then close down and continue to act natural.
Yeah, I see Meta DJ has a new avatar, a new PFP icon. I think that's so cool, Meta DJ. But it's got pink hair, so I'm partial. I was like, yeah. I'm always wanting to buy like PFPs or avatars when they have pink hair. I have my collection.
Surprised you haven't put a bid on if K's PFP is like an NFT. I'm surprised you haven't put a bid in it on it.
I know, I like that one, Kay. I was looking at I don't have the money for a Clonex, so I don't know why I was looking, but I was still looking and pretending that in some world I could afford it. But I was like looking for the pink haired ones, and and so then I'm bugging people that have Clone X's. Like since I can't buy it, I send it to Dr. Drip. I'm like, wow, look at this one. Like it's so cool. I can't afford it, but like talking about it is almost as good as like affording it. But there were some cute ones with pink hair, and then the floor was getting pretty low. But then I got my beast, and I'm like, I gotta come back to Earth. I'm not getting a Clone X.
Hey, next best thing, the beast.
Yeah, the beast is cool. Did you see that they're gonna have competitions now with like beasthoods? I think like each beasthood has its own is gonna like have its own competition.
I saw something about that and was like, well, I don't know what to do other than read this message. I don't know how to sign up, so I like kind of like looked at it and walked away. My beasthood is going to be disappointed in me.
Do you know what your beasthood is? Because I don't even like really know what I am. I'm just
Studio 66, bruh.
Studio
That
66.
that be yeah, that be my
Oh
beasthood.
wow.
Studio 66.
Oh dang.
We focus we focus on 1 second. Let me scroll. Scroll, 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 scroll. Oh, okay. We focus on influencers and networking, or that is the beasthood.
Oh wow. That's a pretty perfect one for you.
Yeah, I actually picked it without even knowing. So that actually like comes back to probably me getting this beast was like the universe like being like, "Oh, you belong here." I was just going I just bought him because he had a silver chain.
That's awesome. I don't know what mine is. I don't know. I
Hmm.
got a donut, so that's the donut sold me.
I'll have to stock your wallet here right quick. Let's see. Do you keep your beast? Oh yes, here she is. You are from Cloudy Gardens. Cloudy Gardens. Cloudy Gardens. Where the fuck? No, that's Concrete Jungle. Cloudy Gardens. Active in wellness.
Oh, that's cool. That's perfect.
You can post your pictures of you on top of mountains
Yes.
and fighting off the mountain mews.
Yes, I know. That's a good one. We were talking about that this
You're
morning. The magic mushrooms I found in the illegally built ski cabin that I didn't eat because there were cliffs around me, but yeah.
I think you showed them to me, and I was like, "Don't eat those."
Yeah. Well, then,
That was like my first reaction. I was just like, "Whatever you do, don't
oh
eat
my
those."
God. Yeah, I don't eat. Yeah, I'm not eating mushrooms surrounded by cliffs by myself in the woods. I don't, I'll take
Uh,
them to a flat field maybe, but yeah, they were like, well, if somebody left them, they were probably bad. I'm like, no, the ski culture is like you leave it for the next person. So there was a lot of stuff, a lot of goodies up there, but
ski culture, you leave it for the next person. It's like, I got some shrooms,
oh my
bruh,
God, yeah.
but
Well, there were shrooms, there were, like nuggets of weed, there was like a little blunt, there were lighters.
no
Oh
way.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a special spot. If you know where it is, you can find it. If you don't, you'll never find it. It
What the?
it's been in like a couple like ski magazines. So like when you see the pictures of it, you know where it, like, for those that know where it is, if you know, basically, but if you don't, you're never going to find it. Like even I knew it was there and I get to the end and then I'm like, fuck. Like the sun was going down. I didn't have a tent. I was like, I gotta sleep up here tonight somewhere. And you can't see it, and then all of a sudden you see a rope going off a cliff, and then you're like, all right, got it. Like, and then it's this old rope that's deteriorating. So it's like, fuck. Like, um, yeah, it's good, but you won't find it on accident. You'd have to know it was there. So it's pretty cool. Skiers have that. Like, there's all sorts of shit in the woods around ski places.
No getting stalked by the mountain mews.
I didn't see any
No
cougars, but I
purring.
did see a bear the next day, and I was able to get pretty close to it. But then once he saw me, he was like, "Fuck this," and he took off fast because they always run. The only time they don't run is like, that's happened once, and it's scary as fuck when they start following you, and they like do not act like a bear should act. Then you're like, okay, damn it, now what? Um, that was scary.
you
That was scary.
you gotta act like you're taller than it and be like,
That's a
roar.
cougar. That's what you do for cougars.
No, that's what you do with bears. Oh my god.
What I've done with bears before, because like one time I was like turning a corner by myself hiking, and I was like 10 feet away from it, and I thought it was a buck, like a deer, and then all this, because it was cinnamon, like sometimes they're brown colored, and it looks at me and starts running away, but it runs the way I have to go. So I took a rock and started like banging on rocks on the ground because I was like, you know what? His little paws are so sensitive. He's going to feel these rock vibrations and he's going to like think this is really weird. I don't want to be by this person. And I don't know. And it
Mm.
worked because he didn't come back.
That's good. I'm still a little worried that you said that you have to size up the cougar. I mean, all I'm thinking is a cougar is just another fucking
Oh,
cat, and
God.
any cat that I've ever seen, anytime I've ever seen anyone trying to intimidate a cat,
No.
or yeah, that was a total no
Yeah, no, no.
for the cat.
There's like a lot of the hiking trails I go on, like cougars, especially in the spring, it'll be like a year old cougar, like cougar, I don't know, cubs that have left their mom, that they've stalked people, they've attacked people. I used to work at this really nice hotel, and there were these two cats that lived on property, and it didn't disappear. Like guests watched a cougar snatch it from under one of the guest rooms and like run off with it in its mouth. And so like I had a guest who was returning and they were like, well, where's Kiska, the kitty? And I was like, oh, Kiska's gone. Just thinking I do not want to have this conversation with the guest. But they keep pushing it. They're like, oh, did Kiska die? Did they get old? And I was like, yeah, like old age. It was 3. And so they kept pushing and finally I'm like, yeah, cougar got it. Like a cougar snatched it from under, the hotel you're staying at. So I don't know. Mountain life is different.
Those mountain mews be
Oh my
crazy.
God, I'm scared of them.
What? videos that I've been like seeing like pop up on my feed a lot lately have been of like house cats, like small mews, and like they'll like sneak into like tiger cages and shit, and like just chill with the tigers or cougars or whatever.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
They'll be like chewing the meat off of like the cougars or the big cat's mouth,
Oh,
like sharing,
that's funny. They're just kitties. They're
or
just
and
hungry.
or yeah, yeah, and or slapping the shit out of the big
I've
mew.
seen that video too. That's a pretty good. All right, I'm walking around getting video of people of our bouncers. It's awesome. Everybody's bouncing. I love this. Oh my gosh.
Bouncing.
Buffalo looks so
Yeah,
funny.
yeah,
He's so serious. He's got his his cowboy outfit on
and
and
bouncing.
bouncing. Yeah.
Me and Mana Dude are over here are too cool for school. Just gonna sit.
Oh my gosh, there's Moscow.
That- so like it's I mean this bounce house like this is like I wonder if this is even an idea that could be like brought to Decentraland. Like, yeah, I know that like recently, not to take it back to this, but Hyperfi, recently, put in like some like trampolines and shit like
Oh,
that.
really? I did not know.
Yeah, yes, you do. You did the Rooston parkour, the one that was like
I
really
was too.
hard, the one that you kept
Yeah,
falling.
yeah. I was too traumatized. There were trampolines. I was just.
Yeah, those were
I was.
trampolines. That's how you got to the other side.
Oh, okay. I was just traumatized. I was so in the moment that, and you guys were laughing at me so hard.
Yeah, it was pretty amusing
Uh,
watching you from the other
thank
end.
you, thank you.
Which actually, since we said the Rustan word again and the Hyperfy word again, um, that reminds me, we should we should start brainstorming of ways to invite the fellow kid called Beast community like into Decentraland, like have a little event for them, just how Rustan set up for them on Hyperfi.
Ooh, yes. I think we need to. I think you're right. And I think we need to because we need to we just need a NFT project. It could be any. It could be Woody's, it could be like Dolce and Gabbana, the ones that already have linked wearables. But like if one project has success and like can utilize Decentraland to show their token holders, more utility, it's just such a use case to go to like maybe not Bored Apes because they're going to get other side, but other ones and be like, hey, look at what linked wearables can do for you, like for your project. It can be really cool. So yeah, definitely.
I re I actually really do think that Kid Called Beast could get the vote, the 4 mil or whatever mil vote for linked wearables.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think there's I think enough people that would want to support it, and also like there haven't been that many linked wearables submitted for a long time. Like, not saying that that would give it a better chance, but I wonder if there was like a big push by Foundation to talk to projects. At the beginning when linked wearables came out, there were a ton of them and really kind of funky projects that seemed like maybe just publishing a regular wearable was a better idea for them just because they had like two things they were trying to publish. But I wonder, like, did Foundation have a push to go get these projects? How did they find out about Decentraland? Like, why haven't we seen more come through for a while?
Yep, I mean the last one we saw come through was like Polywatch, I think they were called.
Yeah.
And like that one I was a little like skeptical on voting on it. I don't know. Maybe perhaps I have the wrong understanding of what linked wearables should kind of be. I don't know. Maybe someone in the crowd could help me. They were. they were kind of ugly and like not well made. Like we were looking at like the 3D assets that they had already like provided, and there was like a bunch of clipping and stuff like that. The models weren't in there wasn't like an example in low poly either. And it was just for like basically watches, but I mean, I didn't like them, but you know, that's just like my taste. Maybe there are plenty others that like really did like them. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think like looking at the amount of holders also, I think that that one, I believe they didn't have a huge amount of holders on OpenSea.
no, they had like 200 or 300 holders. I jumped into their Discord, like just to like, you know, in case there was like something I'm missing and there was like a thriving community in there. Um, there were some people there, but like nothing like oh, excuse me, everyone. Nothing like comparable to other like discords, like you know, in the space or active discords in the space. So like, yeah, um, it's like I don't want to be too tough on those, but I would like to kind of like know if there is like some like what are there like guidelines to like check down before you like come down to your opinion, you know?
I know that's a good question because I feel like so few of them have passed that it's like, dang, like I don't know, maybe that's why people are like, I'm not going to do link wearable. Like the chance of it passing is so low. I think it used to, is it still 4 million VP to pass a linked wearable? Like that's kind of a high amount. Um, in today's like DAO ecosystem, I think with the amount of delegated VP, it's way more reasonable like to get that. Um, but it is funny that the community seems to not support them. Like not all of them, just
Well,
a lot.
well, I know that you know, with from what we've learned in this space, like earlier, I think it was this year actually, whenever a linked wearable gets approved, 10% of the uploaded items will be would be put through like the curation committee, for them to curate at the rate of 150, US, well, at the time, at the rate of 150 USD per item that would be paid for by the DAO.
Yeah, and I mean that's a lot. Like, and that's why some of those earlier like linked wearables that seemed like it would have just been a better idea to publish the traditional way. It seemed like it was like some of them were cash grabs, like trying to get around, paying that submission fee.
Yeah,
So I guess like when I'm,
but
oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead. You
I
go.
was just thinking like when I'm looking at like what is a good project for a linked wearable, it's like something that has a lot of users that could bring in, like not just bring it here and then hope to get a bunch of new Decentraland people to buy into your NFT project, but like bring them with you. Um, and then I don't know, like having something pretty diverse, like Woody's, it's like a PFP. Like to me, that's a really good use case. I could be wrong, but that's a good one. Or like Dolce and Gabbana, where you're getting this NFT and then you have this utility on top of it. But like to compare those two, like the Dolce and Gabbana wearable fashion is so different compared to Woody's, that's like a PFP project. So I know, and I don't know. I mean, is Chris from Nyancat like? I think he's still working on getting his going. Like he ran into some huge snafus.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought what he was saying, he was trying to like get it so like you're like if you held a Nyan cat, like it would follow you around in his parcel. something like that.
Yeah, and then I think he didn't realize, and I don't want to speak for him, but my understanding was that there was just more work. He didn't realize there was some aspect of it that he would have to do after it was approved. And so I think that's what he was doing, is trying to optimize them. Like, I think he had to create each one. Um, so
Yep,
hopefully,
in low poly.
yeah, hopefully we'll see some kitties running around. Dev,
What up, Death
Dev Dog.
Dog?
Hey
Good
y'all.
morning.
Yeah, good morning everyone. I just hopped on and I am definitely interested in the discussion of linked wearables. I've thought about it a lot, and I think I'm surprised that like so few have actually gone through, because I think it could be like a great thing, like what Canessa said, like if they do it and it's just a utility for their existing project, okay, this is kind of like shit. But if they come and they do like activations and they get their community into the Decentraland, I think this is like a total win-win, because it gets, as far as correct me if I'm wrong, but I think as far as the cost for Decentraland, it's very little. It's just getting the curators paid a little bit, which is good for Decentraland anyway. Um, then the only real negative is that I guess, it's work for curators, but if it's like some total shit wearable, sure. But like, anything that's gonna get people on, especially if they're planning to do activations and stuff like this, like I definitely support linked wearables. And that's why my first question is always like, okay, like what is your plan after you get approved, But I really think we should be try and get more linked wearables in here, because it's a great thing that the Decentraland offer, which I don't know like a lot of other things offer. And yeah, like I haven't seen too many. Like I think Woody's again is like probably like the most successful example I've seen, but I haven't seen too many examples like that. So I would love to like see more and get more people doing that.
Yeah, totally. So like on you, I wonder what would be like kind of like the best approach with I don't know if you were in here when I kind of like mentioned like that I feel like the Kid Called Beast community could have like some success with linked wearables. Um, would you and then before that we were kind of talking about like how we had an event on Hyperfy for them, and we should like I was like kind of saying like we should see if we could put something together for them on Decentraland. Might be even a good idea to of course after talking to them to see if they would be up for a linked wearables proposal, and we can mix like events and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely important. Like, I think as a lot of us are members of other projects and communities, and I think especially communities that are like 3D model focused. There's really nothing stopping them from having a linked wearable, and if anything, it's just like an added benefit to their collection. So, like, yeah, collections like a Kid Called Beast, where they already have like released 3D models for their holders. Even Vipe, stuff like this. I think that's really easy, and it's kind of up to us as like people who participate in both to be like, yo, like this other thing that I'm part of offers this cool ass feature. Like we should definitely try to do this and like raise some awareness behind it. And I honestly like I think if like the right project came in and was like, yo, like we need to develop this stuff and like we want to do this and we want to do events and stuff, but we need to develop it and like we want a 3D modeler, like I would even potentially, depending on the situation, support a grant like that to like hire someone from DCL to do the modeling or something like that. So I think it could be, mutually beneficial in like a lot of ways. But I think it is on us to kind of like press that, and like get it going.
Damn, you brought up like a really good idea of yeah, like if the team has their plate full and like don't have the time to model every single beast or every single PFP in that project. Sometimes it could be 10,000. um, yeah, like would be kind of would create like some work for one of our community members. It could.
Yeah, for sure. And like, if like they plan on doing an event, like they could hire some people to do that too from the community and like reach out. I think there's ways where this can be like extremely mutually beneficial and like help both the collection and offer like a unique, very real utility and help like people within Decentraland and cross expose both of them and get play for the collection, get play for Decentraland within the collection. I think most people who've heard of Decentraland probably logged on 2021 November, saw what it was then, and are like, oh, okay, but if we got them to log on now, like, people, I personally would be impressed with the changes. So I think a lot of people would also. Oh shit.
Sorry, are you okay?
Yeah, I just dropped my fan, but
Yeah,
no
well,
problem. I caught it before it hit the ground.
I wasn't prepared for that transition. Yeah, talking like that. Oh shit! At least it's not your coffee on your laptop.
Yeah, nothing serious. Anyway, I'm about to run out. I just wanted to hop on real quick and say what's up to everyone. So, thanks for letting me talk again. I hope the conversation continues.
We're trying to figure it out, Dev Dog. We're trying to figure it out. Did you ever see Polywatch before you go? Like, did you ever see Polywatch?
I did see Polywatch, and I actually spoke to them, and I like talked to them. I said, yeah, like for us, it's just like a normal like watch. The thing itself isn't so crazy. But I told them I was like, yeah, like I would really support. I actually changed my vote to yes on Polywatch because I was like, yeah, I would really support this if y'all planned on doing like a serious activation and getting your people in this and like doing real events. And we talked a little bit about like what an event would look like and like what some activations would look like. And I just made like my main point to them was I don't want this to even be like a one-off thing where you come and say, "Oh, look, we have watches, nice." I want people to like genuinely come in and be like, "Wow, like they're offering this in a cool environment. It's not just about the single watch wearable. Who gives a fuck about this?" It really. Sorry, excuse my language, but it's not about the single wearable, but it's about like what they're going to bring to us too. Because I think the biggest thing is it has to be, like I said, benefit both people. If we're just adding utility for a collection, okay, that's not worth it because like we are paying stuff, we have to pay the curators out of our pocket. Like this for sure is not worth it. But if they're planning on doing like multiple activations, community giveaways, stuff like this, then as far as I'm concerned, any collection I'm going to pretty much support if they're like serious about doing that.
Damn. Thank you for sharing like your your thoughts like on that end of stuff, like on like the smaller projects. You definitely have kind of made me want to like sit down and think of another process, because like yeah, definitely, like the guy was he was very like engaging, he was responsive. The strategy that, or the way that I went along with things was like, I asked him for what I needed, but I wasn't really like communicating much with him. I was just like watching his community from afar, kind of like how I do with a lot of things around here. Like I'm just like watching. But like yeah, definitely opening up a dialogue with a project owner or project lead for anyone that's coming in for linked wearables. Yeah, it could be mutually beneficial if it's not just a one-time thing, or it's like not just one party. It's like, hey, let's start setting you up with like weekly events or bi-weekly, monthly, whatever.
Yeah, I mean for sure, and I did notice that like when we were talking about the watches specifically, like what you said was that you like go and see how active the community is, and like stuff like that if they're talking or if it's kind of like bullshit. I think this is a good strategy for sure, but what I do think is like one thing that I struggle with is like, man, I can say all this stuff and I can say like, yeah, like I really want you to do an activation and all this, and of course they're gonna say, yeah, for sure, we're gonna do it, and we're gonna do all these parties, and we're gonna do like because they want their shit to get approved. But like at the end, I don't know if they're going to like hold up their end of the bargain. So that's the thing I've struggled with a lot. Is like, do I believe these people? But on linked wearables specifically, like the way I view it is just there's not that much downside. Like worst comes to worst, it's not like we're giving these people like a lot of money. Like worst comes to worst, they get like pretty much a free utility for their project, and it's like not the biggest downside. But I mean, for me, the whole like I think linked wearables are like really something special. I think with the addition of smart wearables, like projects can really do something substantial when we look at like, like Crossverse and like, like some of these people who are doing like multiple parcel things with smart wearables. Like I think right now, especially, like we are just like on the bottom floor, and we can, if we can show like a project, like a very successful example, because I think even Woody's was like a very good execution, but maybe someone correct me if I'm wrong. But I mean, as far as I know, like I don't think they've done like official like big activations, and I'm not talking like just like a stream or something. Like I want like multiple things like games and stuff that people can really, like be a part of and like go back and forth on and like, post and talk about and stuff like this. It's not just a one-off thing. So like if we could implement that one time very well with whatever the collection, I think it's a great, case study to be like, look, this is what you can do, and if you want to, you can even do so much more, but yeah, it really just takes that one catalyst.
I think,
Damn.
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, he's preaching. I mean, that totally 100%.
Yeah, that definitely could be a catalyst. And as you were speaking, it even like brought me into like thoughts of like if let's say if Decentraland is you know if a linked wearable proposal passes on Decentraland, so pretty much so if the project gave Decentraland kind of like rights to, let's say, add a Woody's like somewhere by a park bench or near a tree in Genesis Plaza, or like or like a Woody's could be added as like a NPC or something in a game, and all this is like brought through like just having a linked wearable or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be huge, and I think that could be, like, man, like if some, like, how we like at the Decentraland generally, from what I've seen, like people who do well get rewarded, so like, yeah, if you come and you make a good example of like how to do a linked wearable and how to properly activate and like really get your community engaged. I mean, I just imagine a situation where like, so many of these tokens have like a naive like secondary token that they use to like manage their internal stuff. Like you can buy their own stuff with this, So like if you could make a way where you could earn that in Decentraland, like this is just such a good bridge to like increase daily active users and like get people excited about like being active about something. For me, it's like it's just such a good option because it's not like, oh, you have to do this or you have to do this. It's like, yo, you can do both and you can do both well. And like Sinful said, if you like really truly kill it and you're like, providing something awesome, then maybe you get like really rewarded and you give like a model in, like Genesis or something like this. And it's like, essentially like we are a decentralized community. So like, yeah, like we can reward the people who do really well. And if like you kill it and you make a linked wearable that like really brings people on or like even really just like does something special, then yeah, like you could be rewarded with like a model in Genesis that like serves as a semi-permanent advertisement or something like that. So yeah, I think there's a lot of ways to go, certainly.
Well, thank you, Dev Dog. I know that you were about to like bounce out, and I like kept you here for a little longer.
Yeah, I just have to run to the weed store. I'm in Canada now, so gotta enjoy it while I'm here.
Hey, that's fucking sick. I mean, I could definitely talk to you in length. Like, how's the weed over there? Is it clean?
Yeah, I mean,
Compared to
honestly, shocking, beautiful. Beautiful. I used to work in the industry in America, and like, I'm so impressed with the Canadian stuff. It's been nothing but I'm so impressed, honestly. Like really. So highly recommend if you get a chance.
damn, I need to take a trip to Canada.
Yes, but anyway, thank you for letting me talk. Interesting discussion. I hope y'all continue it. I'll speak to you all soon, and everyone have a good weekend.
Thank you, Dev Dog. Take care.
Before we change subject, I'll say on that note, Snarky Sharks, like that was my first like blind mint PFP project, and I learned a lot about myself that I cannot be trusted with blind mints because it's way too addictive, and I ended up with like way too many snarky sharks. And in my opinion, no, yeah, it's not my opinion. In my opinion, and probably reality, like they kind of rugged. They definitely haven't done anything since mint. So I like my shark PFP that I've got on Discord, but at the same time, I'm like, is this a rug? Because like, I think it's a rug. They didn't do anything, and they said they were going to, and like, they have land in Decentraland, and they made like wearables. Um, but that was one reason that I wanted to get that, like, to buy into that PFP project, was because they were saying things that they were going to do. Like, they were going to make a gamified experience in Decentraland. They were going to have parties. They made wearables. And I think maybe the team members are busy. They're busy with Decentral games, so maybe that's why. But like that is another instance. They didn't do linked wearables. They just made a couple wearables that you could use in world. But I think that if they would have done their roadmap, that would have been really cool to see a PFP project that came in and made a game, like made some kind of experience. And I think that with A Kid Called Beast, like the amount of talent that I see coming through, like all the blender, all of the stuff that people are making and posting on Twitter, there's definitely talent behind that team. It's not like a random, assortment. There's people in their Discord actively like hosting Blender sessions, and that was one of the reasons that I decided to go with A Kid Called Beast, because knowledge, like information, is knowledge. You have to pay for information. Like if I was going to take a class on Blender, I'd have to pay for it or go and YouTube it. But like to get that information from a Discord where you can go in and you can ask questions, like that to me has value. So just even like, and actually I don't think you have to be a holder to go get help from them. I think they're pretty darn open and ready to help people. But um I think maybe this is our like secret weapon, our like sleeper sneaker attempt to get linked wearables in. Like A Kid Called Beast seems like it has a lot of potential. Also, like it's great to show NFT projects how fickle we are about buying. That like if one friend buys into the PFP project, then another friend and another friend and another friend. Like if NFT projects saw what an easy sell we Decentralanders are, they'd be like, well, let me interest you in a Bored Ape. Would you like to join, for the low price of 50 ETH? You and all your friends can start buying. Like, okay, maybe we're not high rollers like that, but like I wouldn't have bought into it if I hadn't seen Sinful buy into it and then make NFT buy into it and then One Existence, or in whatever order. I know I might be out of order, but like, yeah. And love Louis, welcome. I see the hearts spamming the hearts. How are you today?
Oh, I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for having me up. I heard you talking about A Kid Called Beast, and as I said, that was the PFP I was looking to grab off the floor. You definitely sniped a lovely one. Appreciate you. Sinful, I definitely see you. Just wanted to come up and shout out everyone in the space. Definitely, A Kid Called Beast is a wide open door. Feel free to have a peek inside. It's fantastic over here, but you guys got some amazing stuff happening on Decentraland as well. And I'm sure me and Sinful have something cooking up. Wink, wink. So yeah, I just wanted to come up and send the love.
Thank you so much for being here, dude. Yeah, so just a little bit of context on this space. Like, we host these community building Decentraland Twitter spaces every Saturday at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. PST. And yeah, we're just like here, just chatting it up, talking to people. If anyone has questions about the Central Land, they can come up and ask us, or if we have any topics like within the community that we want to like chat about, like we're here. And yeah, I'm so happy to have you here. Speaking of what Louis was mentioning, Love Louis will be my guest for Beyond the NFT this coming Monday evening at 10 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, not everyone knows the alpha here. We're gonna we're gonna have a good conversation. We definitely would love to talk to you more about like you know how we could get the beast community into Decentraland. Because like you are one of those individuals that kind of like inspired me to pick up a beast because of what you were doing with like being able to take your beast and like create a sub community being the love squad off of that, like, being in that community and then them supporting you every step of the way. Like, you don't find that in many projects. A lot of projects out there are like, yo, you got to rep our shit. You can't start a sub community or anything or anything of your own because they consider it as like, you're just trying to you're just trying to take info and leave type of shit. But
Uh,
nah, different.
no,
Go
it's
ahead, go ahead.
definitely different, man. It's definitely different. From the bottom to the top, the Kid Called Beast is one of the most welcoming experiences. Sorry, I've had personally myself, and as Canessa said as well, she chose a Kid Called Beast just based on the community, what they're doing, how much help they're willing to offer, and just being an open format. You know what I mean? 100% transparency and working towards common goals. Right? It's hard to find a bunch of like-minded individuals who are working towards the same goal, right? So it's parallel to my vision. I'm sure it's parallel to many other people's vision as well. And yeah, we want to continue to just move in the love and the light over here at the Love Squad. But outside of that, like it's just a subdivision of what's already amazing, which is a kid called Beast. So, yeah, absolutely. I see the collaboration from a kid called Beast to Decentraland. As a matter of fact, I want to try and get the Love Squad outfit in Decentraland so that I could rock it while I'm while I'm in your guys' spaces. But I mean, definitely, we'll make some things cook for sure.
Dude, I can already tell you right now, like you just sitting in this space right now saying that you want to have like, a Love Squad outfit. You're sitting in the Shark Tank. There are many creators here, my friend, that like you could probably like reach out to just about anyone and they'll have some sort of know-how.
Honestly, my DMs will be open. Typically, you'll probably end up in the request box first, but if you can hear my voice and you're able to make it happen, hit me up. Let's cook. Why not?
Yeah, for sure here. I'll just shout a few out. If you're looking for emotes, of course, there is Canessa or Scott Moore. Um, if you're looking for wearables, I would look towards Dr. Drip or KJ. If you're looking for a build, freaking low poly models, KJ down there, like freaking powerhouse. Uh, and yeah, I mean, there's plenty more here in the space. Definitely.
Well, I just sent Dr. Drip a follow and KJ. What was the other one? Who else am I sending this love to? Specimen. I see the wave. I got you, Specimen, for sure.
I don't know if Sin's maybe his mute button doesn't work.
Oh, oh,
There you go.
oh,
There you go.
sorry.
I figured.
I would- this, Scott Moore. Um, yeah, definitely follow Specimen. That's my production manager. Uh, um, and oh, definitely look into SRJH. He is I don't mean to give your business out there, Josh, but he is he's a tattoo artist, really talented, and has kind of like brought some designs like that he's kind of like manifested or made into Decentraland as like tattoo wearables, and that shit's fucking dope.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send every single person in this space right now a follow request. Um, I appreciate your guys' community 100%. So let me fire these follows out to everyone in the room. Let's connect. Hope to see you guys Monday. Make sure you guys continue to support Sinful and everybody else in Decentraland. It's absolutely amazing what you guys got going on here. I'm here for the vibes, man, honestly. Love and light, man. Anything you guys need, DMs will be open. Love y'all.
Hey, much love. Thank you for coming up and saying hello. Definitely, we're always happy to have like a new person here in the space. Sometimes these spaces get spicy. Sometimes we're chill. Today's more of a chill day, right,
Yeah, it's
Ganessa?
like Saturday morning cartoons today. Just having fun, just jumping. Love, we're in a world right now jumping on trampolines. So I think we're just maybe like preoccupied with all of our jumping, but having a good chill morning. I'm liking it. One thing I was thinking is like, what happens when two huge communities collide? Like, because I think like we got our Decentraland community, which the common bond that we all have is like we're all into Decentraland, but we're all very different. Like I like making emotes. Other people are wearable creators. Other people are coders. Other people play poker. So like we're really different, And then with a PFP project, I mean, whether it's Bored Apes or Clones or Beast, like you are also super like diversified, but you come together because of a picture, a JPEG. It brings you together, but like it's really cool. I think as like Web3 evolves, like we have to evolve with it. It's not enough to just, I don't know. I guess I'm like to the point where it's not enough just to be into one thing. Like you gotta keep moving. Like look at AI, like what you guys were doing in the CBD Discord yesterday with AI, like AI parkour courses. Like we weren't talking about that like 6 months ago. So the space moves so fast. So I feel like we just have to keep like evolving. And I don't know. I'm thinking like when two big communities collide, I want to see what happens. Like Scott, who's coming up, awesome. Oh, hopefully it lets me let Scott up. Yeah, like Scott helped me. Well, he gave me my Woody, and that was a space with Beast community talk. But I do think it's relevant to be like, here's what an active community looks like, and like here's our Decentraland community. So I just want to like merge the two and like throw them in the cage together, see what happens. Like I know we can make something awesome. Love, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah, no, Buffalo. I went directly after Buffalo on my Music Matrix performance. So shout out to Buffalo Music down there. It was immaculate. Love to see a familiar face in the space, and it's enlightening to see that there's so many different diverse communities within the ecosystem, and the ability to find each other on a space like Twitter or X or whatever you guys want to call it is immaculate, right? And now we have the opportunity to blend and fuse and make something bigger, a bigger beast. You know what I mean? So it's great. I did also want to ask, because I do want to invite you guys to the music space on Sunday. Sinful, may I post something on your guys' jumbotron? I got a little space this Sunday. If you guys can attend, and let's jam.
Bro, of course. You're more put it up on the Jumbotron as well as down in the comments, like put it in the comments so like after the space is gone, it's still there.
Appreciate you. Absolutely. And Scott came up, so I'll yield my mic. I appreciate you. Thank you, man.
Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Sinful. Hi, Canessa. Hello, lovely. What's up, Mariana? And let's see who else is out there. Kay and KJ and Jim Cedric and Zesty. And what's up, Lord Like and M and Goldilocks and Jh. And I see some new people. Telog 14. Who else is? Oh, Mana Dude. How am I not following you already, Mana Dude? I definitely gave you a follow back. Thank you for being here today. Hello, Paul Young. It's been a while since I've seen you. I wanted to talk today about in 1 day's time, the voting is going to end for the um, community award for the emote contest. So there's like, I guess, a group of judges that's going to vote through foundation, but then there's the community award, just like in the game jam. They had the, just the judges selected awards, and then they had the community awards. Um, and it's unfortunate that the reporting system that they used in the DAO, it shows percentage of VP, but if you read the instructions for voting very carefully, it says it's based on the number of votes, not the amount of VP, right? Um, and I made a post this morning, and right now, Steve Psycho's Puffy Puff is the joint smoking emote is I think it's got 15 votes, 15 or 16 votes. Canessa, the KJ Strong that you created, that's got 10, and then Salsa Fuego from Trax Team Trax has 7 votes, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like four emotes that have 5 votes apiece. So there's some that haven't gotten any votes, and there's 22 entries. But I just want to encourage everybody to go and all on the jumbotron. I love that term. I think CC calls it the bird's nest. But I'll make sure I pin it up here and put it in the comments below so it persists after the space is over. But I just want to encourage everybody that's here, if you've spent even a minute in Decentraland, and you don't have just a guest account, you can go on there and you can vote. This is one of those rare instances where everybody's, one wallet, one vote kind of thing. I really wish it was, linked to personhood. But I can still keep harping on that and hope for decentralized identification and proof of humanity. I'll keep pressing for that. But I know that there's people that have worked really hard on these emotes, and just wanted to encourage everybody to go in, and regardless of whatever drama is happening in the DAO, to just take some time and review the emotes. I think it's Inova had a really good tweet, so shout out to them. Thank you for. I think they went on and they did screen captures of every single emote from the marketplace, and just so you could see it, right? And you can certainly like and retweet that thread, but the important thing is that you actually make your voice heard, and that's to go into the Decentraland DAO and to vote for your favorite community emote. So I wanted to make sure that that everybody that's here goes there, if you haven't already, and express your voice in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, that's a cool way to, give the community a vote, a voice, other than just VP. Because I know at first I was like, oh, like, this, I don't know, it didn't seem fair. But then when I realized, okay, it's by votes, or just one person, one vote, that's really cool. Yeah, and it's awesome just to see how many new creators we had, like putting emotes in. Because I feel like it also just, I feel like hopefully people realize how doable emotes are. And maybe after you do your first, like, I don't know, for me, it took a couple times of making emote to realize, like, okay, now I could tweak it like this and I could make this happen. And so maybe it'll just be like inspiring, and I don't know, I hope to see more emotes out on the marketplace, because even if they're, like, there's just endless possibilities of emotes. Like there's multiple ways to interpret like the same dance, or like if you wanted to dab, you could, how many different ways are there to dab? You could like, have an open hand or like a closed hand, or do something else silly with it. Like
Especially now with the God, it's 33% reduction in the price of the submission fee. So it used to be 150 US dollars. Now it's $100. So, thank you to, I don't remember who put that initiative up before the DAO, but it passed, and the new entry fee is $100. Still, it's still, more than zero. It's significantly more than zero. But yeah, I would echo what you just said, Kanessa, in that I think it's one of the easiest ways to enter into the creator space in Decentraland. Easier even than creating a wearable, right? That you have to do those the weight painting of the vertices and all that stuff, and hope that it doesn't explode when you bring it into the test network. This you make it, you submit it, and usually within an hour, one of the curators gets a hold of your emote, reviews it, and unless it's like something truly offensive or in violation of the terms of service, it gets accepted, and then boom, it's on the market. So definitely give it a shot. Jump in, try it out.
And if anybody tries it and tries making an emote and gets stuck or just wants to rage quit, I mean, hopefully, I assume everybody just knows, reach out to Scott or myself. I mean, I don't know, there's definitely people that can answer questions, and for me, I couldn't have
Or
done.
Dr. Drip.
Yeah, the list is
or
growing.
Issa.
Because I had to ask Issa, I had to bug her a bunch, when I was just trying to get started, and she was so quick to help me. And it was stuff I should have known. It was already in the documentation. I just didn't see it. So, yep. Hopefully everybody reaches out, makes cool shit, and reaches out if they get stuck. Who is this awkward pause brought to us by?
Our friend Scott Moore. Check out his emote store or his wearable store on the Decentraland marketplace for the freshest emotes. Oh, I see that Scat Lion Rock has come up to speak. How are you doing today? I believe it's your first time speaking, right? You had your mic unmuted for a second there, and then it went back to muted. If this is your first time on a Twitter space, if you are in the Twitter space page, the thing that slides from the bottom up and has the actual Twitter space with the room, there's a button on the bottom left that that says mic is off. If you tap that, it should open up. Maybe they're having trouble. I'll pass it over to Zesty, and I'll be checking my DMs in case Scat has been in there. I can't talk.
Hey, Sin, can you hear me?
Who's that?
No,
Yes, I hear you. I hear you.
Okay, I'm using the website for the first time ever. I've always used the phone. But
sounds
Papa,
better.
I've got an actual headset instead of an old ass phone. Papa Elon must have been he must have wanted to talk from a desktop because now we can do that. Oh, yeah, I just stepped up to bring up something. This is light. So I think they fixed it, but earlier this week, uh, I've been running on low settings because running multiple zesties sometimes uh, low settings is the way to go. And I would load into like an area and it would just be like blank. And I took a picture of that and just tweeted it just to have fun. And then I thought I was looking at it and I was like, wait a minute, I, I should class this up by toggling to ultra settings because I had like some glowy drip on, and that fixed the problem. So yeah, that seems to be a fix. Just simply toggling your settings from low to even medium works. Uh, I didn't have time to actually like play with individual settings and figure out which one or which combination it was. But going from medium to low, that was simple enough. I actually woke up earlier and thought about messing with that, but I can't reproduce the problem now. Gotta say
Hey,
though, that's the first time the devs have broken shit in a minute. Like hilariously broken stuff with an update. They've been better.
yeah, actually, they've been pretty sharp since like Fashion Week when when it was really bad.
Yeah, I don't know why they've been better, but it's been noticed.
I mean, definitely the since the shift in leadership, like
Yeah, that
I I
it's
like it.
probably yeah. There's probably been some underlying like, hey guys, here's how we're changing our process since we have like new leadership or whatever, and I think that's probably led to not like not trash releases. It's been and they've been adding stuff that's actually like stuff that we want, not like those god awful modifications to the chat that make me not want to talk to people in the in-game chat anymore. And it actually works correctly the first time around, and that part's kind of amazing. Having
That
seen
part.
having seen 2022 Decentraland development practices, 2023 is uh, it's several flights of steps up.
Yeah, and I mean from what I hear, it's only gonna get better. Yesterday in the Dow Discord, someone was like talking about how they know some alpha, and look out in the next coming weeks. Like there'll be some more updates coming soon to the entire platform. So yeah, I mean, very exciting times. I really like. I mean, I've already like said it many times. Like, I like what this team has done. Like from the very beginning, kind of just shifted the focus towards developing and making sure it works, and kind of like I I do feel well. It's been noticeable. They backed off from like hosting events, but that's where we come in.
Yeah,
We
and that could just be events weren't really a core component, so it was time to outsource that to us essentially.
Yes, beautiful times. We're coming into beautiful times on Decentraland. I'm very excited to see what comes out, and if it becomes like seeing it become more stable, and be able to handle more people and stuff like that, infrastructure changes and shit.
And they do.
Yeah,
Oh, like they do kind of have to start releasing the reins on some things. Like, I mean, in a certain amount of time, it is going to be community driven and community run. It's just I think that the communication piece needs to always be there too, because I think that's where that's where we struggled this year is finding out stuff from people other than the foundations. So yeah, communication always a good idea. What were you gonna say, Zesty?
uh, just that. I mean, I think that just how we've seen things with the the quality releases of features without a bunch of breakage. I don't know that their QA team has had time to spin up. Uh, that seems like it's probably a little soon for that, but I think that side of things is only going to get better.
Yeah, I think we just need to keep pushing like performance though on the platform. I mean, it really,
Oh yeah,
that is there's a lot of growing pains that we need to overcome, performance, and then also, the transition to SDK 7, and sunsetting our existing system. Like there's a lot to unpack there. So that's what I would continue to push for. And VR client. Like I told you, every time I talk about this, I'm going to bring up it's got to run better. And where's our VR?
yeah. Everything has technical debt, and Decentraland's no different. I mean, an easy example is just there was the discussion last week about handwear. Everybody's got to go. Everybody who's released tops has got to go in and chop the hands off, and then boom, handwear works. But yeah, there's so damn many tops. Uh, they'll never all get done.
Yeah, that's good, and that's worth noting, I think, because maybe not everybody knows that. But like, if you do, so just PSA, if you do have clipping issues, the emote and the wearable, the SRJH made for KJ Strong is that was like a really good example, because all of a sudden we started having people like, hey, I can't see the tattoo. Well, it's because if I explain this right, your wearable, the top wearable that you have, hasn't had their hands chopped off, basically, and so
Yup.
your hand accessory won't show up, whether it's the tattoo or anything else. It won't show up. So,
Or it does
It'll
show up, it's all
yeah.
blended.
Yeah. It's coplanar faces. Basically, you've got different vertice weighting for the default wearable versus the vertice weighting for the hand wearable. So you get vertices that pass through each other, clipping or whatever. It's because it's not classified as a shirt. It's the upper body, and the upper body encompassed, from the waist to where the neck met the shoulders, and then that's the arms and the hands and everything included. So now that it's separated out, you basically have two, 3D meshes that are occupying the same space at the same time. So like maybe if your character has its hands, waving hello, that'll cause the vertices of one mesh to move out of the way of the other. So you just need to remove that part of the model from your upper body, and chop it off at the wrist, so that the hand wearable can occupy the space by itself.
Chop your hands off.
But a big shout out to Nikki for Nikki Fuego for being the driving force behind that. It's certain things like that are community driven, where the foundation or developers or whoever, they can't think of everything. They can't anticipate all of the things that everybody's going to want to do. Are you all done?
Call us when you're done.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you so much. Yep. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's like it took Nikki a long time of lobbying and presenting the idea to a number of people. And I'm not saying it was just Nikki that got it done, but it was definitely her that was the driving force behind that. So I see that as a just in an optimistic light, that if each of us were to identify something that we knew could improve Decentraland, the way the organizational structure is set up and why they're constantly changing things around and moving them is to try to facilitate, more moves like that so that it can continually improve. So I just wanted to highlight that as a positive thing and encourage other people to, work towards that kind of change also, because it makes it may be slower, but it makes for a better platform overall.
And I know that, like, if you are a wearable creator and you're having a hard time chopping your hands off, I believe that Doki even has it on their Twitter like description that they are willing to chop your hands off if need be. So, oh, woe to the person who just stumbles across Doki's like Twitter banner and tries to understand. But if you need help cutting your hands off, I think there was a Quentin Tarantino movie, wasn't there? Like where like a group of people like they make a bet that somebody won't cut their pinky off. It just reminds me of that. Like, so Doki can help you with that, I think. And I do want to give a warm welcome, Chris, PR guitar man. We see you in the crowd. We were talking about you today. I don't know if like your ears were ringing because we were talking about you this morning already. So hope you're having a good day. We were just talking about the linked wearables and yeah, just kind of talking about the projects that went through the process, projects that didn't make it through. So yeah, always the stage is welcome if you want to come up. If not, if you're sipping your coffee, we totally get that too. It's a beautiful, sleepy Saturday morning. And Zesty, did you get my emote yet? I haven't seen you. The heck are you?
I'm emo.
Yeah, you need to come in, world.
Which I'm at KOA. Which Zesty?
I don't know. Are you at a KOA campground or KOA in Decentraland?
Knights of
I
Antrim.
know.
Sorry.
I assumed. I don't know.
I mean, which Dusty is more you?
Yeah.
Which one do you connect with?
I mean, it's basically just the hive mind at this point. It doesn't matter.
Whichever Zesty is zestier.
Okay, well, I'm gonna send the emote to the one that I, the artist formerly known as Zesty. I'm gonna send you the emote, but get your butt in here. I see you buying all those KOA mythics. Does anybody else see what Zesty's doing? Anytime you check who's buying mythics, Zesty is buying. I love that we can't hide on the blockchain. There's no hiding. You just cannot hide.
Yeah, I thought of minting exit liquidity daddy, but that was too many characters.
You can find a way to shorten it down, I bet.
Yeah, right. Like shorten exit liquidity, daddy. I like it. I dig it.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I've made that joke on the I think it was the Wonder Zone Discord. Someone was uh, like, why would we mint these? And I basically made that joke of sometimes you sell them to people like me.
Oh, I'm sure there's people that have made wearables. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know about this current line they've got, but I might get the head just to pair with Aaron's waifu mon shirt, but I don't know about the rest.
Are you talking about the Wonder Zone ones?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about those.
The Discord
Those
mod,
are different.
the Discord
Yeah.
moderator. Yes. Oh my God. No, that's a classic move. I'd love to see that. Please do that, Zesty.
So I did. So I took. So I have like essentially a neck beard in slot 5, and it's the Aaron shirt, whatever for pants and shoes, because that part doesn't really matter all that much. But then I minted the DG has a fedora that's supposed to go with the original Diamond Hand suit, and I'm pretty sure that I triggered a few people with that. Oh, and I went with the closest thing to a neck beard that the default facial hair would allow. And
I mean, you could always
the
create a custom wearable.
and the computer katana, because you gotta, if you're going to go with the neckbeard, the fedora wearing neckbeard stereotype, he studied the blade. He has to have a katana.
Does it also come with ponytail or man bun?
No, the fedora doesn't really allow for that.
Oh, that's too bad. I wanted to, if you will allow me, I just wanted to mention to anybody that's in the Midwest area, a friend of mine is working on ETH Chicago. So if you are a developer and would like to attend a hackathon, it's a conference, so there will be discussions, panels, but much like ETH Denver, there will also be like a BIDL kind of section to it, so there will be hackathons. If anybody's interested in checking it out, it's ethchicago.xyz. And there's actually a couple of people that I see in the audience that I want to talk to directly, because I may have credentials for you if you can make it to the event. I think you would be excellent representatives for Decentraland at this conference. It's going to be held in the Willis Tower. For those of you that don't know, that's what used to be the Sears Tower. But yeah, it's coming up. It's literally a week from today, September 15th through the 17th at the Willis Tower in Chicago. So hit me up if anybody's interested in going to that kind of an event.
Ooh, that's sick. That's sick. Any when is ETH Chicago?
It's this coming weekend. It's September 15th
Oh,
through the 17th.
whoa, holy crap. I feel like these events just like roll up on me like
Well, I
like
found
when
out about it like 3 days ago. But I've since talked to one of the organizers. He's a friend of mine. I've done some hackathons with him. And he's an educator who lives in Chicago, and he's also done a number of participated in hackathons himself, and he's beginning now to organize hackathons. So that's how he's come to me about this. But yeah, it's if anybody's in the Midwest and you're interested, I'll find the appropriate tweet informations, and I'll put it in the Twitter thread, and pin it to the top. But you can also just reach out to me directly.
Thank you, Scott. Definitely we I mean as the Decentralanders or Decentralites, Decentra peoples, we need to get out there and show our faces to the world. Like yesterday I popped into JTV's Twitch stream, and he was actually doing something really amazing, or I think it's really amazing. He was at LSU outside of, like, on campus, like had a setup with his laptop. He had a camera, like, pointing towards the laptop, and like, Yeah, and like as people were walking by, he was like offering them drinks and talking to them a little bit, learning about them. Some of them were interested like in Decentraland. Like he was like, "Hey, I want to check out Decentraland," and they like jumped on the laptop and checked it out a little bit. I mean, definitely like, the beginning steps of something that could be very beneficial for the platform itself.
Yeah, I think perhaps since we are online a lot of the time, uh, it's difficult to remember the importance of person-person communication, in the physical reality, not just virtual reality. So definitely hats off to JTV for doing that, and I've seen him post about you know uh, having a real person or physical events like that in the past. Mariana is actually somebody that I think about when I think about Web3 and cryptocurrency, and educating people in the real space. Um, and there's definitely there's other people, but it's valuable because not everybody is online or in the same spaces that we are, and if we're going to connect and communicate with new users, we need to move outside of the normal spheres, the normal circles that we would normally frequent. So yeah, I think I think what he's done and what other people are doing to connect with people in physical reality is always a plus. I'm definitely for it.
Yep, yep. That even got me thinking because I think like shortly after I had seen a tweet from that Wisher Vodka posted that they were at some they had a stand somewhere or something or
Yeah, they go to a number of trade shows and
yes.
tastings lately because they're at least talking to Boca and Kalo and that whole team. They are spending a lot of their time and energy in getting into liquor stores, right? And that's a slow progress. It's a slow slog, but every time they do, it's another plus one for Decentraland. Um, even though people are down on crypto, down on NFT projects, um, you can't mention crypto to anybody these days without somebody immediately thinking about SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, and his big poofy hair and just the billions of dollars that got lost. But there's still good products. There's still good projects out there. Um, I just recently switched my profile picture to my Woodies because I think that's a really good project out there. One of their animated shorts won an award for that, and they've got a strong environmental message. And they're a group of people that have taken the trust and the money that people have invested in their project, and they have produced real content. Um, and that's that's something to be positive about. That's something to be um, happy about. And let's spend more time accentuating those positive notes and less time with the negative. Eliminate the negative and don't mess with in between.
Yep, exactly. Don't get embroiled in the politics of it all. Stay on the creative. That's how I look at it. Um, yeah, like Wisher, I wonder if they're like, we're in this space, like this in community building Decentraland space. There have been many times where we have spoken like we need to make a marketing investment. We need to invest into something that will bring eyes like outside. I mean, like I feel like Wisher Vodka at some point in time could have an opportunity to help Decentraland bring those eyes and like perhaps like through like it could be like the investment of like paying for a booth or whatever at whatever conference they're at, whatever it may be. I don't know. Like I see the grind from Wisher Vodka, and as you mentioned, Scott, like one, like one, like if Wisher Vodka benefits in like by getting into any liquor store, it's like that's plus one for Decentraland as well. Like, so I mean, I at least in my personal opinion, I guess I would see them as something to that would help us with marketing, I guess. Or
Yeah, absolutely. Full disclosure, I am a Wisher holder. Um I also I've got, you everybody knows Brandon 10. There's also AJ 10. I haven't really had much of a platform um, to announce that. So just I want to get that out of the way. However, I to your earlier point, the real world, the physical realities of hosting an event and having things happen where people show up to a place, and they consume alcohol, and there needs to be bathrooms and there needs to be food. If you're going to serve alcohol, you got to have a certain, there's just all of these other logistical intricacies that have to be taken care of. And Wisher does that. They've been doing that. For those of you that are new to the space that don't know about Wisher Vodka, they started their alcohol brand in Decentraland. They started it in the metaverse, and then they moved from there into like the bricks and mortar, and they're expanding to new markets, like one liquor store at a time, one bar at a time. But they started here in the metaverse, got people interested in their product and their project, and people became holders by purchasing their NFT. And once you purchase that, then you got a case, six 500 milliliter bottles of I think it was 500 milliliter. Wow, I remember. Zesty can remember how much it is. You've drunk one in an entire sitting. I have to go. I go to
Yeah,
that.
that was a fun night.
150 milliliter bottles. So you got six of those. You got an NFT. You got a chance at a rare NFT. There
You
were
also
also
got
wearables.
the
Go ahead.
swag box.
Right. Swag
Yeah,
box that
if
had
you
the
mint it,
shaker and
if you mint, you get the swag box and a case of six.
right. Okay. So yeah. So it's like all of even just that, right? I mean, I looked at that and I consider that to be a really good return on my investment. It's like um, I gave a few away as gifts. I have some. My family and I, we just had a party here at the end of summer where we had drinks for everybody. Hey, come here, go in there, go in there. Yeah, so it's like that was something that I found of value, and it wasn't just a JPEG of a cartoon monkey. There was a lot more there, um, that brought value. People talk about utility. I'm old school enough to know it as value add. Like, what value am I adding to this product or this service? But the having these real world events, I guess what I'm trying to impress on people is it's complicated. It takes a lot of logistics. The pop-up gathering that we had at the bar in Miami, you know, if we wanted to actually rent out the space as a private space, it would have cost us thousands of dollars. But instead, we just invited 500 people, and they showed up, and then we just took over the bar, you know, and that can work every now and then. But it's kind of risky. It's not something I want to rely on every time. So I think the difficulty with marketing is, and I keep coming back to this. I see a lot of proposals in the DAO. There needs to be data. It needs to be data driven. We can't just go off of, yeah, this is going to be great, and we're going to bring lots of new users in here. You need to show with data conversion rates, key performance indicators or KPIs. You need to show where these people are coming from. You need to show what the dwell time is. And I gotta say, there's quite a scarcity of that information. And until people can, you know, begin providing that, especially in a trustless environment like Decentraland, you know, a Web3 space, there just needs to be more information. Otherwise, it's just going to continue to be, you know, an endless series of boondoggles of, we printed 100 T-shirts and we had loads of people show up, you know, and if that's what passes on the proposal, and people agree to give, you know, a grant, a significant amount of money for that vague promise, then we're going to get exactly what we pay for. So I think, you know, I know Wisher has worked really hard, and they've tried to produce events in collaboration with a number of different properties. But yeah, it costs real money. And if you're just looking to have a party, you can certainly do that. But there needs to be more, I think, results-driven data behind it, because yeah, I mean, the money's running out. I forget where we are on the timeline, but you know, there's a 10-year arc that the DAO has, and there's a significant burn rate, and yeah, we just need to increase our price performance, and that comes from, you know, being data driven.
Well, and I think like we need to differentiate between like passive events. I'm freaking naming them that the like, passive or like participatory or like active events, because it's not enough just to like get a bunch of money from the DAO, put the Decentraland logo in the back of your event booth, and then expect to have like money from Decentraland and convert a bunch of people. Like, or, you know, I have to look at who's in the crowd. Hold on. Okay, I'm safe. Or a recent
This is recorded.
yeah, I know, I'm messing. It's nothing I wouldn't say to their face. Like I never say anything that I'm not willing to say to somebody's face, but I might just be a little more sugarcoaty. You know, like there was a recent event, and it was awesome. There was a lunch, and there was a sign, like a little paper sign on a, you know, 9x12 that said who bought the lunch. But honestly, like, guys, if there's a free lunch or free donuts, I'm like, I don't care who's buying it. Like, I'm just gonna show up for the lunch. Thank you. I'll eat my donuts, and I mean, I'll definitely give it a look. But I think most people, if there's just free food or free lunch or free T-shirts or free keychains, you know, it's just like, that's not enough. It needs to be something like, maybe it's the conversations you have with the people while you're there, or you take this QR code and you scan it once you get home, and then you get the NFT later. But I think it can't just be super passive where you just walk by the event and, you know, like the Decentraland logo's there, but, you know, if it doesn't have any description or any way to participate other than that, I just think it's a lost cause. I think humans human behavior. Like, it's just not enough. I mean, how many keychains have you guys ever gotten from a conference that, like, it's cool to get free stuff, you know, or free pen or whatever, but once you get home, it's like, who cares? It has to be meaningful enough to actually get you to log back in, make a wallet. Okay, so like right there, if somebody's not familiar with crypto, that's a huge barrier of entry. Like, somebody new, let's just say they haven't, you know, done anything with crypto. If they are a crypto enthusiast, at least you have that broken down. But, you know, if they're a Cardano user, they might not have a MetaMask wallet. So it's not just assuming that because somebody's into crypto that they're instantly that they're streamlined to understand ETH mana, poly mana, swapping. I mean, there's a lot of barriers of entry just to get people in the door. And so I think, like, to bring it back, when I see these proposals of like sponsorship from the DAO, sponsorship from Decentraland, they're just really removed from actually getting people to actively engage with Decentraland. Like, it needs to have more a hook. Like, there needs to be a hook that's going to keep people, that they're going to leave that conference where they've been bombarded with everybody's NFT project. I mean, it's the competition there must be fierce. So what are we doing that would make them log into Decentraland after they get home? Yeah.
Canessa, have you, or anybody in the speaker panel up here or in the audience, just give me a thumbs up. Do you guys remember going to, during Metaverse Fashion Week, the Ben Bridge jewelry store? Just show me by a thumbs up. Who went to Ben Bridge at least one of the 4 days when they had the activations to get their excellent wearables? So I see 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a few out there. Maybe people are AFK or whatever, but so Decentraland blog, they just announced the themed month events, and in that they're talking about upcoming events and, you know, which studios and organizations have already signed on with these events. And I forget what's coming up, but Verse Digital was a company that was mentioned, and Verse Digital is the company behind bringing Ben Bridge into Decentraland. I posted a tweet with a link to their YouTube video where, you know, they're being interviewed and they talk about, you know, the secret to their success. And compared to other much larger brands that were in Decentraland, in terms of dwell time, total dwell time for those 4 days, they had I think it was over 46,000 minutes of dwell time, and that was by a factor of 25% greater than any of the other larger brands that had activations in Decentraland. So I'm not talking just like putting up a store and having some fashion in there, but actually having quests or quizzes or, you know, just parkour or anything. I'm not going to name names of the other companies that were in there, but these were some big names. And here's little Benbridge jewelry store, and that's I think it was 13 minutes per user was the average dwell time in the Benbridge store, right? So we're really good. Decentraland is about touting that, but we all know that the best part of a virtual experience is when you can have other people to experience it with, and that requires meeting people in real life. So what I would say is our biggest challenge is bringing that type of accuracy, data richness, intricacy from that 13 minutes of dwell time versus, I think the average dwell time for your typical website, consumer activation website, is 3 seconds. 3 seconds versus 13 minutes. And I guarantee you, people are going to hear minutes, you know, even if it's 1 minute, it's greater than 3 seconds. That's going to get people's attention. So we need to have that same kind of activation and richness for a physical event over just, as you say, Canessa, putting up a poster and some donuts and sandwiches.
Yeah, I mean, it has to convert back to people being interested enough to log in. I mean, it really has to come back to that. I was part of a really cool activation with a big brand, at a big festival, and it was freaking amazing. But I don't know how many people that we talked to at that festival ever logged back into Decentraland to check it out. Like, it was cool. It was probably novel, like very novel, to be at a festival and talk to people in the metaverse. But beyond that, like, what was there to like bring people in? So I think that it has, I don't know, it's such a niche clientele who would actually come into a metaverse and be like, I need to know more. I need to check this out. And so I think we should pay, like, my background is in behaviorism. I think we should pay for somebody who has consumer behaviorism to do like a third party audit on Decentraland. Like, look at the marketing, look at the PR, look at like what avenues are working well, what avenues could be improved on, because that's what that's what Fortnite is doing. They're not just making decisions like, hey, I think this dance would be cool. Like, no, they've got people trained, like, their background is in habits and getting people to buy their product. And yeah, I don't know, maybe I should write a grant, hire like somebody to, wouldn't it be cool if they were a consultant that for 1 month they worked for Decentraland, but then also like Vroomway could set up an appointment with them. The Curation Station, Knights of Antrim, everybody could sign up for like a 2 hour, I don't know, like meeting where they could look at these play to earn games and be like, all right, this is how you optimize. This is what you can do to improve it. It just seems like, that is a benefit that the big, closed corporation, metaverses like Roblox, Minecraft, Fortnite, that's what they're doing it. They've got probably full-time people looking at consumer behaviorism. So I think we need that. I think it would be beneficial.
I think there is some of that, and I believe it's siloed off. There's there's Atlas Corp, there's Verse Digital, there's Dabcraft, there's Polygonal Mind. There are studios that are in the verified registry for Decentraland, and they had a proposal come up, and I was asked some pretty pointed questions about their key performance indicators, their rate of return, and they had acknowledged that that is something that there needs to be better tracking on, and they also mentioned some data privacy between clients. There's often NDAs and stuff like that. So I think perhaps there is some of that in smaller scale. I agree with you, Kanasa, that having a platform-wide, a concerted effort that would present Decentraland as as a product, as a service, as a solution. It's just it's this, I think, part of the tug and pull of it's a decentralized platform, and Fortnite is it's owned by a corporation, and they have very strict accountability and tight purse strings, and if things aren't performing, there's like very strict accountability, and I don't know. I mean, it's just like this is part of the experiment. This is part of the newness of the space that Decentraland is in. So I think we're still trying to find our way. But yeah, I don't know what the answer is.
Well, if we can find our way and, compete against the giants, like if we can find our own way to do it, I mean, a lot of the stuff that we've accomplished here, it's been because small groups of like-minded people decided they're going to make something happen. They're going to put a screen at Wondermine. Maybe it took us a little longer than we thought, but like we were able to make stuff happen that, maybe it's more meaningful because we had to do it our own way. We don't just, we're not just a number working for Mojang Studios, Minecraft. We're our individual people that, might have day jobs, like a lot of us aren't coming from developer backgrounds, but like you look at DevDog down there that freaking so amazing, came in, learned how to code, learned how to like, I'm gonna say he can do everything. But you see these people that are making this shit happen on our own, and it's just, I don't know, it's like super inspiring. And I wouldn't want to be part of like a big corporation that there you're just an employee. I mean, so maybe we don't move as fast, maybe we aren't as cool, maybe we don't have the high graphics that some of them do, but damn it, we're cool people and we have friends and we have community, and that you can't buy with like corporate money, in my opinion.
You bring up a really good point, Kanessa. It's different, right? I was talking to my friend about East Chicago this morning. His name is Tippy, by the way. I was talking to Tippy, and he was just describing to me how a lot of hackathon events happen, and open source people that develop and donate their time for free. They will work on what interests them. And I asked Tippy, I said, well, how do you get the other things done that aren't of interest to particular developers, that aren't the low-hanging fruit, that are essential but difficult? How do you get those things done? And he said, you don't. that's part of the bargain, right? And he said, uh, Tippy was saying that he likes hackathons because they're, as he said, spiritually clean. Everybody's just donating their time, right? Decentraland's different in that there are a number of people that are donating their time. To be clear, there are also people that are applying for grants to develop for money. And a lot of it is open source. Some of it is retained in a proprietary fashion, for any number of reasons. But yeah, I think you're right, Kanessa. It's gonna take longer. It's gonna be different. It's gonna have a unique path because it is different. But there's beauty and there's value in it and how it's coming together. Because it's not solely motivated by a bottom line or a corporate edict. And yeah, I'm here for it. I'm still here, going on almost 2 years, and I'm still here.
Yeah, I mean, you got to believe in it. It's and like it changes as time goes on. I mean, just the entire platform, like the platform that a lot of us walked into, and well, some of us that walked in 2019, or some that walked in November 21, others that walked in the spring of 22, other people walking in today. Welcome, iClout. Like it's a different journey, and what we're seeing today is Decentraland is not what I thought I was going to see. Like that wasn't, I never thought this. I never thought I'd be making a trampoline emote and just we'd be jumping and like feel like a kid again on Saturday morning. Like this wasn't on my plan, but God, I'm so glad. I'm so glad we're here today.
So I haven't been in World yet. I've been on calls and take care of stuff. So your new emote is a trampoline emote. I'm really looking forward to checking it out, Kanessa. Oh my gosh. Thank you for making it. It sounds super fun. I do need to drop out. I gotta take care of some personal things. But I'm really happy the CBD Twitter Spaces are still persisting. Thank you for all of the time you and Sinful have committed to these Twitter Spaces and how consistent you both have been. I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you guys around Decentraland.
Scott, thank you. And when you get back in world, come over to -89, -85, because the emote kind of it goes with a little world here. So feel free to drop by. I'll probably leave this build up for a little while.
Thank you, Scott. I see that we have a new speaker up on stage. Oh, no, he dropped down.
Oh no, I think that's our friend that we just met in world, iCloud Factory. So hopefully, sometimes we have technical issues.
Okay,
I'm
looks
sorry. Hey
like
guys,
iCloud Factory's
wait, can
up
you guys hear
here.
me?
Hello. Yep, loud and
Oh,
clear.
perfect. Sorry guys. Listen. First of all, how do I pronounce your name? Is it Kanessa?
Yeah, you got it, Kanessa.
All right, perfect. Hey guys, how's everything going? I haven't been in Twitter space for a very long time. I was just running around a little bit in Decentraland trying to get the feel of everything, and then I ended up running across Kanessa, and then she just pointed me in this direction. I'm just here dropping by listening, guys. You guys could go over on my bio. You guys could probably check out my Instagram. I do like textile artwork. I don't want to just bombard you guys with a whole bunch of information about me. I just more so want to just, focus on you guys and just hear what you guys have to say. I'm more so just listening, giving a lending ear. If anyone has any personal questions for me about, NFTs or anything that could probably help anyone else with, I'm pretty sure that you guys help me with a lot as well. I'm here. I'm just up here. I'm just introducing myself. My name's Jordan. And yeah, thank you guys for having me up here.
Yeah, thank you so much for being up here. So you were just wandering around Decentraland before, and you just stumbled upon a bunch of people.
Yeah, I swear to God, I swear to God, that was it. And then I saw Zesty Beam as well. What's up, brother? I just added you as well. Um, yeah, that's really it. I'm just here stopping by with you guys because of you guys, and I'm blessed and happy to be here. I just want to listen and just learn, really.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, really happy to have you here. Like a little bit of backstory, at least with this current event. We host this Twitter space every Saturday at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. So you're always more than welcome to join. We also have a Discord server that is like just filled with, active Decentraland community members. In there, we're, always in voice chat, like just shooting the shit or messing around with creations. There's different people that are like creators in the space. Actually, this is like kind of like a creators community in a way as well. So yeah, there's always someone that you can chat with, learn from about the Decentraland, because I know that the Decentraland is can be a little bit overwhelming at first when you first start to want to build.
Exactly. Just really quickly, I do have a couple questions as well for you guys. I don't even know where to start yet, but the first thing is, yeah, I'm in the Decentraland. I see that the majority of the parcels are bought up. How can I really collaborate with you guys as an artist? And what can I really do to help add value or create, new things to add to Decentraland? I'm really great with 3D design. I'm great with I don't know if you guys ever heard of Nomad Sculpt um on iPad. I do 3D designs as well, collectibles, toys, but I see that you guys also have wearables. I would love to get into those and just design those things. I don't know if anyone here could just help me with that. I sold a couple NFTs as well myself personally. And like I said, I do make custom rugs, I do make wall art, and I do make physical pieces that go out with these NFTs as well. But if you guys can help point me in the direction on how to really get started into getting these collectibles with you guys, I'd love to collaborate and work with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, Decentraland's a platform where there's lots of different people, a lot of diverse, like backgrounds. So people that are wearable creators, or people that are into NFTs, or people that are just into game creation. I mean, there's a little bit of everything. So the people that have found the most success, I think, are the people that dive in and then just keep diving. They don't even go up for air. They just keep diving into the rabbit hole, and they're, looking at different projects. They're connecting with people just like you are today. There's this Twitter space. There's the main Decentraland Twitter space. There's Discords you can join. And then, a lot of it is just, I think, connecting with people organically, like showing up for events in World. There's routine events that happen, every Monday, every Wednesday. I'll shill Sinfuls because I'm not him, so I can shamelessly plug. He does Beyond the NFT every Monday at 7 p.m. My time, 7 p.m. Western time, so that's 8, 9, 10. Is that 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern time? That's a lot of math. I can't count to 3.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, 10 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. So that, I don't know, I guess if I was giving new people suggestions, I'd say come to some of those regular events, because then once you're on a routine and you're like, all right, now I know a couple people, and I know what day of the week to show up to them, you just kind of start making those connections, because if you're looking for different artists to collab with, like, well, there's some, I don't know, like you might connect with like Dr. Drip, more than you connect with like, me or somebody else. Like your artistic styles kind of have, I would say, like, you're going to find people that share your same artistic vision. And then as far as like land, so yes, the land, the second land auction happened 4 years ago, actually like 4.5, almost 5 years ago. So the land's been all, minted out a long time ago, but it's still for sale. There's lots of turnover with different parcels, but I would suggest just like renting land is the easiest way if you just like want to get in. I mean, it's 1 mana a day, so 7 mana, what would that be? It's like the price of a cup of coffee for 2 weeks. It's super cheap right now. Or I rented land 3 parcels for half a year for $50. So land is easy to get into. I let people build on my land for free all the time. But like, not all land is created the same, so you kind of have to I would suggest just getting in like you're doing today. Just visit, explore, wait for something to catch your eye, and then that gives you a better idea of like, hey, whoa, this project is cool, these people are cool, like, these are my people.
No, that's exactly how I felt with you, literally. That's exactly the vibe that I got just now. I just exit off my internet just now, and I just hopped over here on my phone immediately. So I'll get back on the Central Land a little bit later, but you did say renting things out, and I don't I'm not telling you what to do obviously with your parcel, but I mean, I would love to also rent a piece of your property as well. I wouldn't want anything, for free or anything, but how would the process go for me renting these things? Like how would that go?
It's a good question. It's all frictionless. It's, risk free, because you, as a landowner, I would put up my parcel for rent. It's a smart contract, so I say how much I want to get for it. I say how long that I want it to get rented for. I sign a
Sheesh.
couple transactions, permission, and then it's on the marketplace, and then somebody else comes along, finds the parcel that they want, they rent it. So it's nothing that, I mean, most of my rental, I don't freaking rent. I just let people build on it. But like this method of doing it, it's just, there's no, I don't know. I like it. It's safe. So new people coming in, they know that they can rent land risk free, because it's all on the blockchain. You can't, they're not going to say, oh, I changed my mind. Like, kick you off.
Yeah, you can't forge it. You can't do things. You can't just, yeah. There's not just simply just just your regular day-to-day contract. You know, this is really something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get evicted if, like, let's say 90 days within your 120-day contract, they decide, like, no.
Not exactly sinful. Yeah, definitely. No, I understand like the blockchain pretty clearly, and does anyone here, including you guys, I'm pretty sure you guys do, and especially Canessa, with you owning land and stuff. I know you guys have ledgers here. Everyone, put your hand up if you guys have a ledger here.
No, wait. We're gonna. I think I'm gonna just pause right there. Like, I think security things like that probably just won't. It's a recorded space. I think I want to exercise everybody just caution. Like, it is a good idea
Oh,
to not talk about
okay,
that kind of
okay.
stuff. Like, just I think it's real easy for people to go back and just I think
And play these
anything
things.
like that,
Okay,
like,
okay, okay. I didn't
yeah,
know.
it's just a good idea. I think that I think we should all just practice safe practice safe listening to
Safe crypto practices
because
and
everybody's
blockchain.
gonna raise
Yes,
their
there we
hand,
go.
right?
I didn't know,
Because
guys. Yeah,
everybody's
yeah.
using a ledger, everybody's gonna raise their hand, because right there, if somebody doesn't raise their hand, then somebody could victimize or like target them. So yeah.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. I get what you guys say. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
guys, if
no,
everyone
it's
thought I
just
was. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't
it's
know, guys.
I think it's a good thing. We try to always talk about safety here, like you don't click on links. If there are NFTs in your hidden folder in OpenSea and somebody throws you a nice bid on them, you don't accept it if you don't know where it goes from.
Yeah, because a lot of people do lack a lot of knowledge when it comes to the blockchain. It's really easy to get fraudulent like messages and links like that. I'm sorry, guys, if that was the case, but yeah, definitely protect your crypto.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. A lot of us have, a lot of the people in the room have, we all know somebody that's been affected, and so we're stronger together, and it's just something good to watch out for.
Okay, no, it makes sense, guys. Okay, fine. With that, it's understandable. Next thing, okay, well, the renting, I got that question out the way. For like wearables now, right? So, if I wanted to create these wearables, I was reading a little bit on Decentraland. How would I basically transfer these 3D objects into a certain file, and then I don't know if it's coding it into it, or how do I bring it onto the blockchain? I don't, that's the confusing part for me.
Yeah, like probably other people could talk about wearables. I'm not a wearable creator. I've done a couple collabs, but it's definitely not my wheelhouse. But the emotes, the movements that you see, um, you create those on Blender, you export them, and then within Decentraland, you can just upload those into the Decentraland database. You pay a small fee, and that fee goes back to the DAO as well as the curators. You have to, abide by minimum requirements so that it doesn't, break the world. Like, you have to keep it among, like, under a certain amount of triangles, because otherwise you'd have the world would just be crazy huge in size. So after you go through those fees, you wait. A curator will look at your emote or your wearable, and then they'll make sure that it's going to fit within those guidelines. And then after that, you get approved. And then you can list it for sale. You can choose your rarity levels. Could be one of one, so it'll be absolute unique. It could be 10, like a edition of 10, edition of 100, 1,000, 5,000,
Yeah, it's
10,000.
more so like an NFT, like an NFT
Yep,
collection.
and then it's an NFT. So like your clothes, our clothes are NFTs, our names are NFTs, our movements are NFTs. And then from there you can token gate those, so that, if you want only a certain group of people to come into your club because they bought your NFT, and you offer them some utility, then you can make certain parts of your club only accessible to them, or the whole club, different things like that. There's a lot of stuff you can do with it.
Okay, 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 I get it. Perfect. Is there anything new with the Decentraland that pretty sure there's a lot of information, like I said, you guys could teach me, but that you think is very vital or very new to Decentraland that I probably need to take note of or learn?
Good question. I mean, I think there's so much new all the time happening. I think for a new user, just explore and try to meet a bunch of people, because there's good people here. There's good events, but I don't know. I guess the things that I like are going to be different than what you like, and what Jared likes, what Zesty likes, what Mariana likes, and so you kind of have to hunt down those things. If you like poker, there's ice poker. Highly recommend going over there, burning all your ice.
Right, and Kenny, I'm sorry to ever cut
Yeah,
you off,
no, go
Vanessa.
ahead.
I'm so sorry. Really quickly, to stop you in your tracks, I'm in love with poker. I know you see me writing in the chat. I love poker. So, really quickly, I know I have to buy that wearable in order to get in. Is this real money, guys, or question goes to you, Vanessa, and anyone else here? Hey, you two, Sinful, Zesty, anyone here? Do I make real money here on crypto?
Hell yeah. I don't think anybody would want to do it if you didn't. Yep. You make, well, I should say you make real ice. Ice is the token that Decentral Games issues if you are good at poker. And then you can convert your ice into mana or into USDC or whatever you want. Zesty, you want to speak on that?
Yeah, I would say
Let's
if you're looking to like play, uh, the wearables are cheap. The all access wearables are cheap enough at the moment.
And how much are those? Zesty, no, that's cool. How much is that?
Let me look. Actually, I haven't looked at the wearables floor lately.
So if you don't want to buy the wearable, you can find somebody who will delegate to you. And so
Yeah, delegation's also a path, but then you get into extra steps and bank dice and all of that. The cheapest one right now is 0.042 ETH, which works out to $68.58 according to OpenSea.
Okay, and then plus, it's another fee on top of that as well, right? I forgot the process on buying these wearables as well. I don't know if it changed on wearable because there used to be so many extra fees like on top of just the $68, you know?
So OpenSea, so DG's like their creator fee is like 6.9%. And
Okay, that's what I was
yeah,
asking,
yeah. So there's that, and then you'll have to on Polygon, you'll have to swap for 700 ice to do the activation.
Okay, let me write this down.
Per
I'm so sorry.
wearable, which
Really
that's like
quickly.
that's not a lot of money right now because ice is like down, but at least it's stable, I guess.
Really quickly, I'm sorry, real quick. Zesty, I'm sorry everyone else to hold you guys up. And if you guys have the same question as me, I'll have them repeat it then. What's the process? I'm sorry. For it again, what would I have to start with again with my wallet and then break it down on how I, convert to ice or something like that to buy this thing?
Quick swap.
Okay, quick swap.
Yeah. You would go to quickswap.exchange and then swap from whatever. Probably, I would recommend USDC to ICE.
USDC to ice and
Probably because there's a pretty deep liquidity pool for USDC and ICE, so the price impact and all that stuff will be
it's
like
like a
negligent.
stable coin.
Yeah,
Kind of.
USDC is a stable coin.
Stable coin. Okay, perfect. Okay, that's why you said that. Okay, perfect. And then I convert it to ice on this swap, and then I'd use that. Well, how would I connect? Okay, I'm gonna be. I, I don't want to compromise my spot either. I'll ask Canessa or DM you guys or something like that. But I want to. I can't really say too much information, like she said, to compromise my security. But I'll DM you guys for sure and ask some more specific questions in detail because I need to know how to connect like certain things. You know.
Yeah. For dealing with ICE, whether it's buying it or cashing out, I personally use QuickSwap.
Okay, but the thing is, because it's on ETH, I do connect. I don't know if there's too much information, but MetaMask.
Yeah. You'll have for QuickSwap, you'll have to switch MetaMask to Polygon network though.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Okay.
Yeah,
Switch.
that's
Yeah,
what I
Poly,
was
poly,
sorry,
gonna
fluid
say to
I wasn't
mention.
thinking
to
about that because it's
polycon,
I've
polycon.
done it so much that the process is like kind of invisible to
Natural, it's
me.
native to you. Yeah,
Yeah,
I get you. Yeah. I get you. It's like second nature. I get it. Perfect. Okay, yeah, I'll just learn with this a little bit more. I'm gonna work on some wearable assets, some cool stuff like that. This is
Oh,
really interesting.
iCloud.
Hmm.
DM'd you on Twitter, kind of like a link to the Decentraland documentation on wearable creation,
Oh,
kind of
okay, yeah, that's
like
what I was reading.
highlighting. Yeah, highlighting
All right,
like
guys, be
the.
careful when Sinful sends you guys a link. It's not confidential. No, I'm playing. Hold on. Let me see right now. No, I've seen it. This is perfect. Yeah, this is what I was reading a little bit earlier as well. This is exactly what I was discussing. Man, thank you so much for that, Sinful.
No problem. Usually, everyone says that like the Decentraland documentation at least has everything you need in there. But I mean, if you want, I could also send you a link to the community building Decentraland Discord server,
Please,
and
yes.
like that's
All
that.
of those I'm gonna join with you guys, 100%.
All right, cool. I'll send that over. This is like the Discord where like we're just all like hanging out when we're like we join in we jump into voice chats and stuff like that whenever I don't know, whenever we have some time. Like there's usually people working on different stuff, whether it's video or 3D assets. So yeah, if you're ever around, just jump in, say hello.
Perfect. Okay, no, I got you. Just send me all the links for those, and I'll definitely 100% be there. I'll just stay here with you guys. If anyone else, I'm pretty sure they have questions as well too. I'll try to come up with some new questions in the meantime for you guys. But I'm so blessed to have you guys around me, man. Thank you guys.
Yeah, we're glad to have you here. And, if you're an NFT artist, we've had, let's see, we have some NFT artists in the crowd right now. We've had some amazing people. I'm thinking of a user called 729 Cubes who has land and made a NFT gallery. And then he was actively trying to find NFT artists, and he would put their art in his gallery and then just, host installations. So there's people that will do that just to get more exposure. It's actually something I think it used to be like Decentraland's strong suit, like at the beginning, a lot of NFT galleries, and now I feel like there just aren't as many. So I think, I don't know, hopefully we could use more, I think. So just people, maybe even people would want to put your art up, in their bill, just to get it out there. I think that
Yeah.
it's about making those organic connections. I think, like, people, once they get to know you, if I think the people that I've seen really succeed are the ones that you like real recognize as real. And then, like, if your art style matches this person's vibe, they're probably going to want to put your art up. But also, just like, there's other ways it can translate into the metaverse. Is like, I've seen some people that are like phygital, or like NFT art, like PFP art, but then they'll put that on a wearable, and then the avatar is like wearing that. So just because somebody might be into, like, 2D design, doesn't mean that it can't get utilized and translated into the metaverse, or even
Hmm.
interpreting art into an emote. I don't know, I haven't seen that yet,
That's
but
so perfect. No, that's a great idea. The next thing, guys, really quickly. I don't know if anyone else here has this problem. I'm pretty sure every not everyone, but everyone that I met here, like Chrono, Zesty, Sinful too as well, Canessa, you guys are using a computer because it's not mobile friendly. I downloaded on Decentraland, right? Let me show you guys right now. I'm on the computer. I'm on Decentraland and it says to download, right? Like they have a downloaded version. I've downloaded it and I've installed it. First question, really quickly, before I break down into this a little bit more. Are you guys using the browser, or did you guys download it? Is it a better experience downloaded?
that's a good question, and I think everybody's going to give you a different answer, depending on their, like, preference, their experience. There's things that you can and can't do. I personally am just on the browser. You heard my Midwest try to I try to call it a browser.
yeah. There,
Okay, okay,
that's an interesting one because so many people. It really depends on who you ask. You have people who say the client is like the greatest thing ever, and browser is trash. and then you have the people who say the opposite. And then there's the weirdos like me who I actually can't use the client. They don't build one for me. And the last time I bothered to look at the build docs, I couldn't, honestly, I couldn't make sense of it, but that was a while back. So I just use the browser.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you, Zesty, and thank you, Kanessa. The next question, I'm glad you said that. I did try both. So the first one I did was I installed Decentraland, and when I click this, it does it right now, loading. I put continue to connect with wallet, MetaMask, and then it won't pop up. I'll just have this error on the download that won't connect back to the browser natively with the MetaMask. And then as soon as I use the internet though, like that works almost flawlessly. I'll have like hiccups here and there, but it still works. It just jumps right into it with the MetaMask extension.
You'll need to use your mobile, I think, to use well, we call it like the client, like the download. I'm not sure if
Mm-hmm.
that's what it's called right there.
Yeah.
I think for streaming, sometimes you cannot stream on the client, so it doesn't really make sense for streamers, for anybody that's gonna do that, if it's not supported. And I could be wrong on that. Sinful, maybe you can fact check me. Chrono, I'm trying to let
Oh,
you up. It's being kind of finicky.
yeah. I'm trying to let Chrono up too, and it's not letting me. I don't know. I couldn't answer that. The whole reason because of having to log on to with my phone. That's kind of like the biggest turnoff for me of why I don't use client.
That's why I don't do it.
Yeah, I see the problem now too as well. I'm not gonna be able to use it. Is the next thing as well? I'm looking up US dollar to ICE. I don't know. You guys don't make fun of me. Is it Icelandic krona? Is that what that is?
No, it's gonna be decentral game. It's tied to
Yeah, the
decentral
Central Games
games.
Ice.
I don't want
Decentral
to look at how much it's at right now.
game. What is it? Decentral games?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, like, are you looking at for it in like
On
Coin
Google,
Market Cap or
honestly.
something? Oh, okay, yeah. The Central Games Ice.
Decentral games ice. Okay, decentral dot games ice, right? Wait, I think this is it. I don't want to just connect this wallet and see. All right, so should it say decentral dot games slash ice, guys?
I mean, that's like the website. It's not like the crypto, but like, I mean, if you go on Coin Market Cap, if that's what you're trying to do, look it up
Oh,
through
okay,
there.
that's what it is. I just seen that website as well. I just want to make sure that was the right website.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The Central Games is the DG's website.
Coin market cap. There we go. Okay, I see it. Perfect. So, do you want to know how much it's worth, Canessa? Yes or no? Or do you want to keep it a secret yourself?
I'm going to assume that dead silence is a no.
Right, exactly. So I'll just
Yeah.
I'll
I will
just
say
leave it with that.
there's a page on docs.decentral. If you go to
Mhm.
docs.decentral.games/info/contracts, that has links to all the contracts you'll need. Which in
Okay,
this case, you really just need you really just need the ICE token contract.
okay. Ice token contract. Really quickly, one last time, Jesse. Hold on. Ice token contract. Ice token
Like
contract.
the
And
contract their contracts page linked to like it has clickable links for in the case of the ICE token, when you hover over it, it links to Polygon Scan.
okay, Polygon skin. And what was the URL? Docs.
docs.decentral.games/info/contracts.
Sorry. Docs dot
Decentral.games
central dot games or games.
games
dot games. Okay.
/info
Info.
/contracts.
Wow, I felt like I was typing in a Bitcoin address /contract. Okay. Info /contracts. Okay, perfect. Okay, next thing, guys. Next question. I know I'm just bombarding you guys with questions. The next one is I have Blender, right? And I know you were just speaking on Blender, Kanessa. Is there any way to just work from Blender in general and make those assets or wearables from there and convert it?
Yeah, I mean that's all you're gonna do is if you like I make emotes. I mean, I could probably make a wearable right at this point, but I haven't, so I won't speak for wearables. But for emotes, it's just a series of different keyframes that I make the movement. Once I have that done, I just export, put it into Decentraland, and it's all really well. It's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's very streamlined. There is only one way to do it at that point. You can look at it in the test world. Yeah, and then publish it. So I think wearables, it would be the same. You would make sure, like on the Decentraland docs, there's guidelines how many triangles. If you're familiar with Blender, that's let's see, how would I explain triangles? Like, I guess have you have you learned about the lovely world of triangles yet in low poly?
Yeah, kind of. No, I know what you mean. No, I know what
Okay,
you mean. Trust me.
yeah, like if coming from like the traditional builder tool where I had to build in Decentraland without being in Blender, triangles are like the scourge because you will always hit your triangle max. And so anyway, yeah, like Blender makes it easier. Let's see. Yeah, so once you make your wearable, if it's to the limitations and you upload it, I mean, there's a lot of people that can help you if you get stuck at that point, because a lot of people do, like for Metaverse Fashion Week, there were numerous people that reached out. They're like, hey, I want to make this wearable. My brand is coming in. I'm the person in charge of making this wearable for our fashion show, and I can't get it to work. And so, I mean, that's where like the community can try to help you at least to some regard, getting it within its limits. Does that help?
Okay,
Hopefully.
perfect. No, 100%. I'm listening. 100%. Thank you so much, Vanessa. I'm listening.
Yeah, I mean, my background is definitely like the builder tool, like making scenes, like buildings. The scene you made today, I built it last night because I wanted to make a bunch of trampolines. But there's a lot of people that can create. The builder is one way. Downloading the SDK, the software design kit, where you actually would put in like elements of coding so that like you go to this spot, you get this reaction. That is not, I'm not there yet, but there's a lot of people that could help you. So the CBD Discord, I think, Specimen, were you coming up to explain that you shared a link because you're so smart? I don't know. Was that what you were coming up for? Thank you so much, brother. Or maybe, I don't know, Specimen, are you speaking? I can't hear you. Or maybe Specimen's playing with me. Mind games.
100%.
Yeah, I wasn't hearing Specimen.
Because if you want to mess with me, you guys, this is all you got to do is a coordinated attack on me on the Twitter space. It'd be really easy. So I don't know. Maybe Specimen's like, I got important stuff. I got pizza getting delivered. But Specimen did share a lovely link at the top. That is an invite link to our community building Decentraland Discord, and that is probably the best place to come and ask questions, answer questions. Sometimes if you're asking questions in the main Decentraland Discord, it can be dangerous because you'll have a lot of people trying to help you. If you just give them your seed phrase, they can totally help you so much. Don't do that. Nobody will ever ask for your seed phrase or anything.
No, I know.
It's scary. It's scary. Even if you know,
No,
it's
people
like
actually do
sometimes
these
they.
things. No, people
Oh, they
actually
do.
still end up doing these things. Like,
Yep. It's much easier to. It's much easier than we think. I think to be socially engineered. So, up there's that link. Hopefully that's helpful. We once you get into it, and I think all your questions are good questions, and um, the information changes all the time, so even if it is new questions, maybe they need to be like, some of it's not new, because like the emote fee, the wearable fee, that just changed literally like last night. So a lot of times, even though it's a question we've heard for 2 years, the answer might be different because things are always getting updated. Once you're in the CBD Discord, you kind of see a little bit at first, and then once you have been there a little while, we'll open the gates. You can just send a request, and then we'll open you up to the rest of the information, because it can be overwhelming at first. But yeah, our hope with that was that people can connect with other users and drive innovation faster. Yeah. Okay, totally.
okay,
I just got like a text and I like totally lost my
no,
train of thought. But like,
no, it's cool. I
yeah,
love
like,
listening.
yeah, faster, drive innovation faster if we can work together. Sometimes that works. Sometimes we just get lost in the sauce, like I'm doing right now. And let's see, man, I have not heard from Psychotic Society for like a year. Brother, how are you?
Oh my goodness. I see you. Hold on. That is so, you just put me out there. Wow. Just, yeah, just like I'm just like that dad that just comes around for the holidays, you know?
Oh my gosh, yes. Or like churchgoers that go like Easter and Christmas. Just no.
Yeah,
We know everybody's busy. You're not the only one that just, there's a lot of people that just, they pop in when they can. So no,
well,
I'm
Haven't
glad to
seen
see
you
your
obviously,
at
face.
church in the last year.
oh, I watch you guys, I'm always looking down. You know what I mean? I'm always watching out for you guys. So, bro, I would just say, like, I don't even. I'm out of touch a bit. I really am. But I will say that the only thing I'm curious, and I wasn't here for a lot of what y'all ran today. I was just wondering that when speaking of the builder and everything and Blender and all this stuff, is there ever a thought where the game itself could have its own basic built-in creator to where a new user could like come into the game itself and almost go through a little walkthrough and they actually create a wearable inside the game
I
and
was
it's
gonna actually ask that next. Like, that's crazy. Go ahead, continue talking. I'm sorry, but that's exactly what I was thinking.
yeah. So I think the reason why I say that is it's a good way for Decentraland to kind of like be able to like walk the user through an experience and they can kind of create this interactive environment, and it doesn't have to be like over engineered or over the top. It could just be like something small to start out with. Um, yeah, I was just curious about that. If there was ever any consideration on that, or is just that Blender is just that good, and it's almost like not worth maybe looking into that. I was just curious.
Okay, wait. I was somebody was asking me a question in world, and my brain can only handle 1.2 things at a time. And so you were asking about sorry, man.
It's
Um
okay. So I will also say before I react this, right? I would just say that did you guys fix the town center thing where you went in and you felt okay? Because this was my experience. Remember, I came in and I was like, where am I? What is this? Right. And I had that weird experience, and y'all were working on that. And I remember you were voting and trying to figure out like how to restructure that. Is that something that you guys are still picking at, or?
I think we probably haven't fixed it. I don't know, but right now they've changed it. Right now they've changed it so when you come in, it actually takes you to a different place because we just had like Decentraland's kind of focusing on different themes, and so this month it's been emotes, and so right now there was an emote party last week. If you come into Genesis Plaza, it like spawns you at this place where you can get a free emote. Yeah, it was an emote dance party. I think it's a free emote. I haven't even gotten the free emote. Yeah, like I think we're still working on it. We're still working on like where you spawn in because I know that there's been, we thought, oh, wouldn't it be cool if you got to choose where you'd spawn into the world? It still brings you normally to Genesis Plaza. And I know within that, like, there was some weird glitch where if you stood around for long enough, it would just like throw you down onto this weird, like, second level that had an Atari game and cool shit like that. Yeah,
Because
we're moving.
I will tell you what, I'm not even going to lie. There were times I was in there, right? And there was some awesome stuff going on. And I was like really trying to find it. But then I remember I found the hub and I was like, okay, this is cool. Once you find that like little interface that like you scroll through the stuff and like the more you're there, but I just want to, I have seen and I have missed out on a lot of awesome parties that you guys have through. I've seen a few and I was like, wow, that shit was going down. And I was like, there was a few I missed. I was like, damn, man, I fucking missed, man. It got out there. That's all I'm saying.
I will encourage you to kind of like even give it another try. Like since last time you were at church, like there has been a there has been a shift in leadership, and kind of like I don't know, the platform has been, there have been many updates, feature updates come through. I mean, to me, it feels like it works. I'm curious to find out if it will work for your hardware, or at least be smoother
Yeah,
than last time.
I will pay another visit. I have to move around my PCs and stuff. And yeah, and obviously like looking at like certain software, like on like when I was doing like Unreal and stuff, and I never anything, not at all, but I definitely will give it another go. And the only thing I was going to say with regards to your land, like how many plots would you just guess that are still available, just generally speaking?
Well, all of the land was sold, so technically all of the land stopped being available at the second land auction, which I believe was December of 2018. It could have been January 2019 because I missed that land auction. I got in like March 2019, and I was not going to get into Decentraland because I thought I got in too late. And so that yeah, luckily I didn't
Oh,
stop. That's just funny to say.
so they got it locked
So
down.
that's, yeah, I mean that's just when all the land, like every piece of land was accounted for. So some of that land, like the reason I say it like that, some of it is in, it's still in like a Decentraland wallet because they're going to use it for prize giveaways or different things like that. A lot of the land was bought by, maybe whales that are just holding it for just a like a hedge fund investment. So now the land that's for sale, it's just private entities selling it. So like there's no more land being minted. It's 90,000 parcels is what the size of the world. That, so since you've been around, isn't that a song? Like, since you've been gone, like, okay. Um
Kelly
DCL
Clark,
World.
Kelly
Yeah.
Clarkson. Uh-huh.
Yeah, there you go. Since you've been gone. Okay, can't remember it. I'm like, my blood sugar this is how we know we're at like the 3-hour mark of talking, when we start like randomly trying to remember songs. But
Want me to
so
kill
since
the
you've been
space for you guys? No, I'll get to your exit. Don't worry.
no, it's good. We're halfway through. I mean, I think 6 hours is our, I think 6 or
Wow,
7
6
hours is our record.
hours?
Oh, it's nothing.
Oh
I mean,
my.
we thought we were cool, and then Beavers is like, "Yeah, we got 12 hours on you, so we're not even gonna try to
Okay.
compete."
You
But
know what I'm gonna do? I really feel bad about this, and I have to chime in and say that I was a part of. I don't want you to take this any kind of way. I really don't want you to take, but I was a part of a 24-hour space. I was, and and now I wasn't there the whole time, but I came in there and I was in there a huge block, and then I left, like did IRL, came back, and then did another huge block of like, so I ran like maybe like 2 4-hour blocks, so 8 hours total within the 24, and I tried to kind of like keep logging in even when so it was really challenging, but it was really good, and that's the reason why I asked about the land. So basically the land's in the secondary, so it still could be bought. You're only just buying it from someone else.
yeah, for sure, it can still be bought. The other thing I was gonna say, since you've been gone, maybe is the advent of what's called DCL Worlds. And now, if you own your own name, like if you mint your name, your NFT, so I own Canessa, Sinful owns Sinful. Now we can make our own world on that name, and you essentially get an entire 90,000 parcel world that name will access. So it's
Wait,
still.
wait, wait, wait,
Wait,
wait,
wait,
wait.
wait, 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 wait. Dial
Hold
it
up.
back. Say it slower,
Say
and
that
let me get
one
my
more
pen
time.
and paper. Let me get my pen and paper.
Okay, well, I'll full disclaimer. I'm a salty landowner who bought land 4 years ago thinking that it was only going to be ever 90,000 parcels. So I'm a recovering salty landowner. I'm opening up. I'm breathing through my nose, out through my mouth. I love worlds. Um so yes, let's see. DCL Worlds, if you mint your name, which costs about $30 to mint your name. That will give you access to your own, basically, I'm trying to think of how you'd say it, like your URL for your name. And that gives you access to 90,000 parcels. So I equate that to like if you own land in Genesis Plaza, which is what you're seeing right now, that's like living in the city. Anybody will walk through your parcel, like they can just walk through anytime. You're really close to the hub, the activity. DCL Worlds is like buying a giant estate in the country. So you might not have people randomly walking through, but you've got like this giant estate. You can put whatever you want on it. So there's benefits to having your shit in world versus way out there.
Oh,
Um,
that's nice. Oh
That's
yeah.
crazy. So really
you
quickly, Kanessa, when you do these things though, and you do own another 90,000 parcels, how would someone else access it to buy a parcel the same way that we access the central land? If that's a good question.
They're not going to buy land on your in your world. It's your world. You're going to build on it. I can't go buy land in your world. Like I can't go buy a parcel. You can, like, I know there's people building like amusement parks in their world. They're like let's see, Rustan built this cool cove. It's like a beach scene. So he put that in his world. Like you can't go build in his world. It's one person, one world. And you also have to have some knowledge of the SDK. So it is not like the builder tool where you're just gonna drag and drop and have zero builder. You played Minecraft as a kid and now you're an expert builder and you can drag and drop. It's not like that. You actually do have to have a little bit more experience. And so that's another like barrier of entry. When you do make activities in your world and you want to have a party, you cannot advertise the same way that a landowner would, like in the event page. Um, there's a lot of DAO proposals right now hoping to change that. If you own land in Genesis Plaza and you have an event in your world, you can. Like that is, there's a lot of salty land owners like myself who, like bought land with the idea that there would only ever be 90,000 parcels. So when DCL Worlds came along, like understandably so, that was a real sucker punch. There were a lot of big landowners that left, like sold their land. They're out because that wasn't what we bought into. Now, DCL Worlds has an advantage. Like when we had Metaverse Fashion Week, we couldn't go into some builds because DCL was broke. And the only, or sorry, we couldn't go into scenes in Decentraland because certain things were broke. So the only way to get around that was to deploy the same scene in DCL Worlds, and then everything worked fine. So there are advantages to DCL Worlds that DCL proper, or we call it Genesis Plaza, you can get around those issues. So
City.
What's that?
Genesis City.
I mean, I think this is really, really cool because I think you can, man, if you really are a game dev, like for real, or you even hire a dev to work on this,
You could do some serious damage.
yeah, that's really powerful. I mean, I could see where the frustration would be, though. I think the way to balance that a little bit, though, is maybe doing something where if okay, so like let's say they had a world and they just made it like a little park area, and it's just a park. There's really no revenue being generated, really not a whole lot of marketing. Um, but I would say if, say, like a big player comes in and they buy one of these worlds, uh, I would say that if they have advertisement and buildings and they're actually generating revenue, there should be a percentage of that revenue that should go back to the original landholders as a kick and kind of like, you know what I mean? Because then I think it's a little more fair. And we're not talking like a sloppy number, just something reasonable, 1 or 2, maybe 3% from the worlds kind of coming back to the original Genesis people. I mean, that's just me. I don't think anyone would really even have a problem with that. It's something that you guys could probably still implement, and this way, anyone who's kind of currently holding the lands, the original lands, they'd almost be promoting the worlds in a way, because like if you get that up and running, you have this next layer generating revenue for your lands as
I
well.
think that's I think that's so genius that you brought that up, and I think people like Canessa as well do deserve that, to be honest, because I did see Decentraland years ago. I just didn't fully understand it at all, like the way that you guys understand it and the way that I understand it a little bit better now. But 100% people that own the original land, like people like Canessa, I'm telling you, I think that's a really brilliant idea. Psychotic.
Yeah, I try, man. I try. I think I always think about the people that like come before me. You know what I mean? That kind of like lay the foundations, like they're holding this whole thing together. And like I said, as long as it's voted in, it's almost like, okay, so here's the way you do it, and there's a way to do this actually without even causing a coup moving forward. So normally, and I only know this because I'm a union worker, a lot of the times when they want to make a policy change, they use what's called grandfather clauses. And so basically, let's say you guys vote and it passes, and Worlds pays a small percent if they're actually transacting, doing business transactions, storefronts and selling NFTs and whatever. And so basically, anyone who has the Worlds prior to this new date, they don't get hit with the fee. But anyone new coming in post the change, now they do pay the fee, and I think that's fair. Now, if you sell the world, or whatever, you could sell your name and you transfer it, then that goes away. So there's a way to kind of phase that out. So if you transfer ownership, the grandfather clause goes away. If you buy a new world, you're under the new policy. And if you're an OG world holder, nothing changes for you until you either transfer like that. So I think there's a way to move forward with that. So anything I can do offer you guys something to hopefully benefit you. You know, that's why I just put it out there.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, those are all really, really good ideas, and I think that, you know, maybe a lot of us that originally were like knee jerk reaction is maybe just change is hard, you know. Um, when I first heard about it, I was like, no way, this isn't going to happen. This isn't the world I bought. That's not Decentraland. Nope, it's not going to happen. You know, and then come to find out, like, well, it was just baked into the way that Decentraland was created. And so, you know, like in life, you just have to be adaptable. Like the what is the Darwin saying? Survival of the fittest isn't the strongest; it's those the most willing to adapt. And so I don't know, like there are good things about Decentraland worlds. Like it does bring value. Once I get off of my like salty, rigid mentality of like, nope, this was a 90,000 parcel world and that's what I bought into and that's the only way to be. Like once I let that shit go, it's like, all right, cool. Now what am I going to build in my world? How many more worlds can I buy? And I'm just minting more names because every time I come up with another idea of something that I would put in my world, you know, I mint a new name to match it. And so I don't know. I just think in Web3, it doesn't work to be that rigid with your mentality. And so I think like you guys coming in, if you know, it would be really discouraging to come into a world where you can't afford land and like, why am I going to come in and build shit? But for $30 you can build by your name, you know, build
No, it's on.
worlds. Like,
I'm already doing it. I'm buying something like tomorrow. Like,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
for
No,
real.
that I'm writing out so much, man. You guys don't know how much you guys have helped me. Like seriously, in the matter of like, how long have I been on here, Kanessa? Like approximately sinful. Like how long?
you've been here like an hour, maybe hour and a half, 2 hours.
Man, I learned probably about. Uh, when did you say you started this? 2018. 19, 20, 1, 2, 3. I learned about 4 years of information, probably squeezed down probably almost an hour. Okay. Um, this right here, right now, right. There's a couple questions too. Right now, I'm on the computer, and first of all, the DLC Worlds is dlcworlds.com. That's where that is.
Okay, that's a sinful question answer. What is this?
What? DCL?
Yeah, is it
For a second I was hearing
dclworlds.com?
DLC. I was like,
No, dclworlds.com. That's the website. That's the main website.
I mean, I wouldn't trust that or
I
link your
wouldn't trust
wallet
it
to
either.
that
Yeah, it looks
if I were
crazy.
you. But
It does.
um, I mean, if you had a name, I mean, you could like, for example, you could go to the decentraland.org main website and click on places and under places there's a tab that says world right next to
Oh,
Genesis City.
this what
Though
this is. Okay, okay, okay.
that's a list of like all like scenes that have been published within names. So yeah, you could always visit those. If you had your own, you could mess with it within the builder if you had a name.
Oh,
You
okay,
could
okay.
also
I'm glad you
purchase
said
the name
that.
through the builder.
Okay, I'm glad you said. Okay, builder. All right, perfect. That was exactly the next question too. Now I'm on decentraland.org and I click the builder, right? And when I click builder, it's kind of like giving me what Psychotic was explaining. And I don't know if you ever seen this, Psychotic. Like when I click builder, it says scenes. Scenes are actually, it says create your first scene, unleash your creativity, start building scenes for your lands and worlds, share with the community, right? And it says start from scratch. Is this kind of like what Psychotic was talking about when you can kind of go inside the website and kind of have that freedom to build inside the software?
Yeah, I mean the builder, you don't need land to use that builder. You can go like if you go into builder and then scenes,
Mm-hmm.
that is that is literally just called the builder. And that is the scene builder. And so you can go create, I mean, I was building in there 10 months before we could walk in Decentraland. That was the only way to interact with Decentraland for like a new user, was to go build shit in the builder. You could preview it, you could like look at it. You can't deploy it to the world, but you can put it in there. I think right now you could enter your scene into a scene pool, and then other people can deploy it to world. So that is what is called the native builder. You can choose the SDK6 version or the SDK7 version right now. I won't even go down that rabbit hole. But also within that builder, like you're saying, I went into the builder. When you go in, there's the overview, and then there's collections. That's where you're going to publish wearables and emotes. The scenes are where you're going to go and build a scene to go see it in world. The land is where you're going to go mess with your land. If you're going to rent land or rent it out, or, well, you wouldn't rent it from there, but like if you're going to go mess with your land, that's where you're going to do it. If you want to mint a name, that's also where you're going to do it. And then the worlds are there. So the builder icon or the builder option in there is where you're basically going to interact with all the things in Decentraland that you can build. That they're all going to fall under there. So it's kind of misleading because like we're saying, oh, go use the builder to build your scene. And then you could also go into the builder to publish your emote or your wearable. So sometimes it's a little,
tricky.
It's a little confusing.
So how about this really quickly then? I don't know if this question makes sense to you guys. I'm just gonna ask everything that I think comes to mind at first. Right now, I'm looking at someone's build. Right. Let's just say now, Canessa owns this piece of land, and she's like, you know what? I love this how this person designs certain things. I love his, I don't know what you guys would call like architect skills. Right. I'll just use that for right now. And you're like, you know what? I like this. I want to buy this and from this person's design, and I want to place this on my property. Is that possible?
Right now, it is not like there's not a marketplace for that stuff because when you create something like either a whole scene, or let's say you make a chair and you make the fucking best chair, and I want that chair because it's awesome. It's different than an NFT that you would have as a wearable, because once you sell that wearable or that emote, I can't just take access to that and own it. I mean, okay, some people can because they're smart. The difference with a build is that then I would have that GLB, and once I get that bomb ass chair that you made and I got the GLB, well, now I'm sending it to my buddy Sinful and Specimen and Zesty and Mariana, because there's nothing to protect that GLB from just going out into the the ether, because it's not
GLB.
there is no
And GLB
like
stands
native.
for, I'm sorry, GLB stands for?
I don't even know what GLB stands for.
GLB is just like a file, right?
Yeah, I think like the smart people like Mariana probably would know. What does GLB stand for, you guys?
Well, it
Specimen?
says what stands for GL Transmission Format Binary File. It's a standardized file format used to share 3D data.
Yep.
Well, data.
Okay. I just know that is the format that we build in. I didn't know what it stood for.
Okay, that's what it is. No, that's perfect. That's what I need to know. I'm just constantly doing research when you guys are talking to me and just looking.
Yeah. So like people have tried to create those. I know there's a couple places in Decentraland that want to make those as assets that you could, buy and sell and trade. Sketchfab is a website that you can go and get 3D assets, and I don't mess with that. I mean I love Sketchfab, it's beautiful, but I just personally, I'm just gonna make it myself, not like actually use it. So yeah, does that help a little bit, I guess?
That's perfect. Yeah. Besides Blender, does anyone here use Nomad Sculpt for like iPad?
Not I.
Okay. And I was just trying to see because I did 3D design inside that app as well. I have to look some more myself. I don't know if they support GLB format. That'd be interesting if they did though. Because designing on the iPad is a little bit more easier for me for Nomad instead of using the mouse and stuff. But I'd still have to figure it out on Blender. I have Blender on the computer.
Oh, that's awesome. Lastrom, welcome. Lastrom is longtime developer and probably the guru to pick his brain with any questions you might have. How's it going today?
Does anyone hear Lastrum?
No, I thought it was me.
No, I don't.
But
I don't hear me either.
everybody was throwing up hearts, so I wasn't gonna say anything. Lastrum, I don't think we can hear you.
Okay, so I think 13 is having the same exact issues. Perhaps maybe a turn off app, or phone, whatever, and turn it back on might work type thing.
No, I had that same problem, I guess, a little bit earlier when you were introducing me. I had to just exit out the whole app as a whole and then just try to click back into Twitter and see if it works.
All right. Yeah, and that might be the issue because I do see like a request from Scott and Chrono that we haven't been able to like accept either. Maybe that will work as well for them.
Yeah, it's all ruggy today. But it's like the same rug, so why can't it just be like? Why can't? Yay, Elon! Thank you.
Can I ask a question before anyone else starts then?
Yeah, absolutely. Lastrum, if you can hear us, we're not hearing you, so maybe go, close it out, come back up. We'll try to get you back up here. You should definitely iCloud. You should definitely hear from Lastrum. He's a wealth of knowledge. But
I
while
got you
he's
guys.
doing
I'll
that,
definitely stick around.
yeah, go ahead, iCloud. What's your next question?
Web3, right? And what was the other one you just said? It was Web what? Was it Web 2? 2.0? Am I tripping? No, it was Web 3.
Yeah, Web 2, Web 3, we're bridging the gap. We're forging connections.
Okay, so
I don't know, whatever it's saying.
Am I accessing Web 3 when I use the browser through MetaMask? Like, how does that work, or how do I specifically access Web 3? I just wanted that to really break down, to be honest, like directly to me.
Well, I mean, I think like going back to semantics, like Web 3 is a term coined by Gavin Wood, and it's so I think a lot of times we kind of misuse it, really, like, to be honest. But I think Web 3, the way that a lot of us are using it is that it's a decentralized form of internet where we are in charge of our data, we're in charge of our crypto. So I think like MetaMask would be considered Web 3. The fact that we're using a internet for a website would be very Web 2. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, that's
Anybody
what
else
that is.
have?
Okay, that's interesting how you explained that.
Yeah, I
That's what
mean,
I
Web
really wanted
2
to
is
know.
like owned, like the first iteration of the web would be like, Microsoft, the early 90s, late 80s, like internet, coming out. It was all like AOL, very new. Web 2 would be like conglomerate, like maybe not Amazon, but like Google, Facebook, owning your data, very Web 2, very like they put in front of you what you want to see and social media aspects. But then Web 3 is where you are in charge of it, But yeah, I would definitely look up like Gavin Wood, former of Polkadot. Like Web 3 is very different the way that he intended it, and now we're just throwing around Web 3 like Web 3 Twitter, and it's just I don't
Exactly,
know.
that's what I wanted to know. Exactly, that's what I wanted to know. I hear that thrown around so much, and I just wanted to genuinely know what Web 3 is, Web 2 is, and kind of break it down to that level for me. What is it, like layman's term? I don't want to use that, but like, yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, I
there.
think it comes. Oh, go ahead, psychotic.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, there's even a simpler way to even think about it. Like, so Web 1 is read only. You could only read the content. Web 2 is read and write. You have the ability to read the content and now actually write to the content and make modifications to it. And Web 3 is, but there's no actual. What is that? Potato chips? What's going on here?
Definitely not. I
Thank
am
you
writing down
typing
what you're
really
saying,
fast.
psychotic. Yep, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What you guys know me already so far.
It's
So
like,
Web
did you just hop on like a
1.
scooter or a tricycle or something? That was really weird.
No. Listen, as soon as
Is
you
that like
started
a
speaking,
tricycle from
no,
Saw?
listen, no, listen.
Go
As soon as you
ahead.
started talking, I jumped out of bed and I grabbed my notebook. So Web 1, I just started skimming through
Okay,
pages.
so Web one read
Mhm,
only. So
read
it was
only.
basically like a newspaper. Like you could just read the data. You couldn't write
Yeah,
to it. Web two, you can write to it. You can read and write. Now you had the option to modify the content you were interacting with. And then
and
Web three,
modify. You can
and Web
modify it.
but
Okay.
there was no integrated payment system. So Web three essentially is a built-in integrated payment system. So that's why crypto and everything fits so well, because it is basically the payment system that was never built into Web two, one and two.
Hmm. Okay. That's
So
so interesting.
it's basically like a complete internet now. Before it wasn't complete. Well, it wasn't complete, and now that you have a payment system built into it, now it makes it a complete, actual,
Hmm.
full. And
A full thing that's serviceable. Yes, interesting.
it's going to get
Hmm.
really fun once you add AI to it, because once you add AI, now that's all. We'll all be fighting for our jobs at that point.
Basically, fighting for the job, or that's another thing too. I was watching this video. That's interesting you said that. I was watching this video. I forgot this guy's name on YouTube. I'll look it back up for you guys when I'm back on here. I'll tell you his name. He started describing, saying that yeah, jobs, will be replaced kind of by AI, but it's still gonna need at the end of the day that still final human touch or say so. Meaning like we can either not utilize AI to the point where the AI will just replace you to a certain extent, or there's some people that utilize AI for the advantage of just gaining more knowledge to help ease the use of their job to make their job more valuable, is what he was saying. You can go either direction.
Well, I mean, to be honest, if you really want to move forward in what we're doing, I mean, you look at like a game like Decentraland, right, where it has the potential to be so much more than just a game, right? And you look at the limitations. Like we're not all coders. Like a lot of us came from different backgrounds, but one thing we all have in common, a lot of us, is creativity, and so a lot of the our personal creativity gets suffocated by the learning curve, right? So we're all kind of racing to try to learn as much as we can in order to be able to try to create what we want to create. And so really AI is going to really bridge that gap. And so the future, even in the next 2 years, 24 months, I could see even a platform like economy, like Decentraland, where they have their own built-in AI. And basically what would happen is, just like a world, for instance, you would buy that world and you could literally start to speak into existence the entire world. So you just start speaking your text. And AI can actually do it right now, to be honest. The AI is good enough to literally do all of that. It can build you a whole entire world from scratch, almost flawlessly. The issue is that AI is being heavily like basically contained, because it is really powerful and they actually don't know how to really truly contain it. So it's compartmentalized right now. And so the AI we're actually seeing, as powerful as it is just a little pinhead.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
not even
like
it's not the full potential. Yeah.
yeah, so just think of like Tony Stark just creating your environment. You could have a whole entire decentralized, like your own personal world up in probably, 15 minutes, just all spoken word, exactly as you imagined it, just that fast. But again, the problem with AI is they don't allow it to call functions, especially functions. That's a big no-no. So because AI can't call functions, it can't actually create like functional content. So if they gave it the ability to do that, it'd be even exponentially more dangerous. So there's a whole lot of layers to it, but I mean, it still comes in handy. So like if you do decide to start coding, anyone in this room, and working with like software, and you're struggling, one of the things I recommend is to take your error codes and just drop them into Chat GPT, and at the very least, you'll at least know why you got the error. You know what I mean? So that's a little, food for thought for anyone who's deciding to go down that path of actually coding stuff. What is sinful? It knows, bro. Like, what's weird? Every single code, it has like weird like terminology to it. So you'll read it and it doesn't really make sense. It's like it'll use different words like parse errors and things like that. And you're like, what the heck is that? You don't even know what it's looking for, but ChatGPT knows literally, and it only makes small errors. So like sometimes it might give you an answer and you'll put the code in and it'll still be wrong, but that's because sometimes the language could be different. So like for instance, if you ask Chat GPT kind of to solve something, it may give you the reply in JavaScript, where in reality your code is built on TypeScript. So there's a few little things there, but other than that, it's really, really powerful. I suggest like everyone experiment with ChatGPT who's curious, in that area. You know what I mean?
Just comes down to being specific, probably just telling ChatGPT, hey, in TypeScript, I'm getting this error, trying to do
Yeah.
this, or
Exactly.
yeah, that
So
was a
one of the
neat tip right there.
things I do is kind of cool, and easy. And then I said I'll create a little reference, general as I go, and so intending to do, told it you
Psychotic,
wanted
you're
to
rugging
do,
a little
and
bit
then it has
from me.
the two to kind of compare.
Is it me or is it the connection,
But
guys? I'm sorry.
yeah, I definitely want to get. Oh, I had a question about the worlds.
Hey, Psychotic, you're rugging.
So is how many
You
worlds
hear
can
us?
there be?
Can you hear us?
I think
I don't. I don't think you can hear us.
Wait, guys, can you guys hear me? I don't think I can hear you pretty good, Sinful. Is it me or is it?
Yeah, I hear you, Cloud. I don't think he can hear us. The
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, he can. I guess I see.
But I
Yep,
heard
yep.
we heard your question, Psychotic. How many worlds can there be? I mean, unlimited, except you can only mint the same name once. So like I minted Canessa, nobody can mint Canessa. They can't do it like a variety of capital, lowercase. Once that's minted, that's minted. Now you could like do Canessa 123 or 1234. So like really unlimited. I haven't heard any other limitations of like size. I could imagine servers get full. I don't know. Will we rent a server farm out in the middle of nowhere to host all of our millions of worlds someday? Maybe. But that's my understanding.
Currently, each DCO world has a 100 megabyte file limit. You can get more through Atlas Corp, I believe, for like a very affordable amount, like monthly. I think one time I heard like $5 a month, so that's pretty good. And yeah, I guess there are no limits with like worlds. As yeah, you could be Canessa 69 if you wanted to.
Oh, I need to go mint that.
Yes, out of all the numbers, definitely that one needs to be minted. I think I have Sinful 669, so that's good. Think I'm the holder of like the the name 469. No,
No,
569 or something
I
like
am
that. 269.
469.
Oh,
I
you're
am
469. I'm
I'm 469.
569.
Yeah. We got to keep it on brand,
Two. I
consistency.
think Am I 269 as well? Something like that, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know, but I think we minted them all out.
Yeah, that was a fun time. I at least I managed to get a couple three number names.
Yeah, I got 9II, but I did the capital I's, so it looks like 911.
Oh,
Felt like a badass that day.
felt like a badass that day.
And then I got capital I, 0, capital I, which if you know, you know. And then if you know, I know you know, and then I know you're really into the metaverse. But nobody knows. Nobody's like, oh, existence, do you know?
I'm pretty sure Sinful says it all the time. Lol.
Lol.
Well, that one is from Ready Player One. That's the bad guys, the IOI.
Well, LOL, laugh out loud, right?
Oh, it's not LOL. No, it's IOI.
Oh.
I didn't even think LOL. No, it's the bad guys. It's the Sixers from Ready Player One.
Gotcha. No,
all right. My joke is just, I minted for nothing. All right, exist. You've got the floor. How
not
you doing
nothing.
Today?
It's you can still roll with that one. So you can have a double meaning there.
Well, more people need to read that book so that they understand my reference.
Read something? Are you kidding me these days?
Okay, more people need to watch the movie.
Yes, definitely.
Or more people just need to watch the trailer to the movie.
The movie was great. Yeah, real quick, I'm glad you guys are still on. I almost forgot, but I also slept in late. I just have a couple messages or announcements. As far as my T-shirt contest goes, I still haven't heard from the foundation. I have a question that needs answered. I'm debating whether just to go ahead and announce who did win. The only problem is if there is a problem, then I have to figure something else out. But I am still working on it. I know some people would like to know. And then I have a flyer, but I'll go find the link. There's a party tonight for Make is throwing for Josh Garrett, who some of you may know. He's a pretty cool guy. He's also a beast holder. But he's having a party at one of High C's places, the Emerald Palace in Spatial tonight. So even if you have just a minute to stop by, wish him a happy birthday or say hello, it would go a long ways and be appreciated. But I'll find the link as well. Thank you.
Thank you, One Exists. That's awesome. I saw you post that for the party, so thank you so much. Awesome. I love it when metaverses come together for the same cause. Makes me feel like we're part of one big world.
Yeah, I'm happy you actually did bring that up because I was just like thinking to myself, is there anything going on tonight? Like usually the Saturdays on Decentraland are a little slow. So good thing there's an event somewhere to attend.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Saturdays, nobody's really like snatched that up, which is kind of nice. I think it's good that, I don't know, maybe it encourages people to go like do stuff IRL on Saturdays too.
I wondered that. I wondered if people either thought there's probably too many, so they don't bother, or that they just want to get out and in the real world.
I think I think like metaverse is one of those things that like people may come to enjoy the shows and hang out with people like through the week, and then through the weekend while they're off, hey, gotta enjoy it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of nice. Like, I don't know, it depends on what time zone you're in too. Like, totally impacts how you experience things, because like Friday nights, they get started so early if you're on the West Coast, and like during the summer, I mean, I know MetaZoo, has its event, but it's still like the sun is still out and it's still nice. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like I'm not in the mindset to go inside and go like party in the metaverse yet. So I think it kind of depends, you know, some people, I don't know, like Rustan, he kind of holds earlier parties earlier in the day. So sometimes just those time zones kind of affect how, like, who shows up or how they show up, you know, like personally later parties are better because on the West Coast, that's like when it's time for me to go in and party. But you guys are on the East Coast, most of you or a lot of you. And so it's different. But then that means like Sinful's starting his show at what, 10 o'clock at night? That's super late. So I guess the only answer is we all turn into DJs.
Oh, and one more thing. I'm sure you guys mentioned it. Reminder to vote on the emotes. It's the last day in the DAO. But I haven't voted, and I'm not familiar with all of them. So if anybody wants to try to sway my vote, now would be a time.
2 words: chip exploit.
Oh my God, I'm so torn because this is like a competition with like so many good emotes. Like I want to vote Chip Exploit. I want to vote KJ Strong. Like like I'm torn from many directions, not just those two. Like why?
And they made it so you can only vote on one, not like they did with DAO committee where they had votes for each individual. So that makes it that much more difficult.
Well, I just wrote in the chat that I can be bribed with donuts. So just if anybody just wants to put that in their mental memory for future use, donuts, I'm pretty easy.
And yeah, we did cover that a little earlier. But yes, good reminder. Good to hear from you today, One Existence. Let's see. Are there any more topics that we can bring up today, or anyone that would like? Oh, there's Psychotic and Beck. Let's see if we can have them up, or if Twitter's just gonna tell us like, nope, not today.
Oh, hey guys, I didn't have to plug my phone in as well. Do you guys know what time you guys are gonna get back on here again?
I mean, as far as this space goes, once we close out, we'll be back next week at noon Eastern. But I mean, I sent to you the link to the Discord, so we're all usually in there, just chilling. You know, if you have
Perfect.
questions,
Okay,
you can ask
Zesty,
in general chat or whatever.
Sinful, Canessa, everybody here, Psychotic, everyone, Chrono. Man, love you guys. I appreciate everything, the information. I'm gonna 100% keep in touch long after this. I'll send you guys a DM a little bit later when I'm done. I'm charging my phone and stuff. I'm gonna get back onto Decentraland a little bit and just keep exploring.
For sure. Nice meeting you. Thank you for coming up and asking, like all the questions. Like, hey, we truly appreciate them, and keep asking questions, dude. Like that's how we learn, and that's how you you know can see how you can manifest something in this space. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. Psychotic, did you ever hear the answer to the world's question that you had?
Yeah, I'm basically logging in now from my phone. What I'm going to try to do, like, I know I can't probably play the game, but I'm going to try to get one of those names. Am I paying in just Poly, or is it the Decentraland Poly?
Uh-huh.
ETH, ETH,
Uh,
ETH
yeah,
mana.
it's going to be an ETH mana and with a little bit of gas fee, and I don't think you'll be able to mint one on your phone. Perhaps you might be able to buy one off secondary in like the in on OpenSea, like through the app and stuff if you were to connect all that stuff. But
I don't know how many people know this about the Decentraland app that's available Play Store and Apple. It's evident it's gotten better. It used to be just kind of a marketplace check, but you can look at events and you can actually, I guess, vote in the DAO from it as well. So I'm curious, you might be able to mint a name through the app as well. Not 100% sure on that, but would be worth looking into, possibly.
yeah, that's a might if you want to be our guinea pig.
Yeah. So I got the message that it says it's only available in on desktop from the like that's what I mean. Like certain things possibly like to maybe like gain some additional like onboards. Like certain things probably couldn't be mobile, but yeah, I'll download the app. I mean, I didn't. When did you guys deploy that?
It must be. I mean, I had no clue that existed, to tell you the truth. So
It's been around for a while, but because I remember I downloaded it probably last year sometime, got a little bit excited about it, and then got extremely disappointed by it. But it sounds like it's improved. I just downloaded it myself again the other day, so I haven't tested to see how much more you can do.
Yeah, so that's the Explorer, right?
I believe that's what it's called. I'm opening it up now, just a sec.
Yeah, because if that's Decentraland, that's not like you would think there would be a little more downloads, like 10,000. Yeah, and if there's actually some options in there that are useful, definitely be promoting that a bit, and I will surely speak on that. And worlds, like this is to me, this is really bullish. And like I said, like moving forward, like I definitely I do hold mana. I forget what I hold. Like I may have a vote. I think it's just not like heavily weighted. What's the minimum? I forget to actually cast a vote. I forget.
You don't have to have anything. There's plenty of bots that vote with no VP.
Wow.
But if you buy a name, you have 100. You get 100 VP.
Yeah, because I think I'm holding like 300 mana or something. I forget. It's not a lot of mana, but it was enough. I remember at the time when I bought it that I forget what it was like. Um, there was some kind of voting to weight to it if you had so much of it or something. I forget.
Writing proposals in some cases, I think you can do a pre-poll.
Maybe that's what it was.
No
Maybe.
problem. But if you want to go beyond the pre-poll, I think it gets up to 1,000, which happened to me, and I was upset, and I expressed it that it just made no sense to me. But then somebody, so if you do and you need some, if you ask nicely, somebody might delegate you enough so that you can, if they believe in your proposal, to move forward with that. So that's something to take into consideration too, which somebody did that for me, so I could complete my proposal and have it enacted.
Yeah, I was always a little confused with the proposals. Do they take the so say like you submit a proposal, do you lose a percentage of the mana, or is it just like you just happen to need it in the wallet at the time?
Just need it. You don't lose it.
Yeah, because that would kind of bite when.
Yes, it would, but it might
That's
discourage
1,000. I'll take it.
it might discourage some of these crazy ones that come through once in a while too. But no, it doesn't take anything away from you.
See, I would say like that would be cool to have one where it doesn't take it all, but maybe just a little bit, like just to keep people honest. So like let's say it was 1,000 to create a proposal and you're holding it, but then and then say like 1% of that. I mean, I think it's reasonable to sacrifice 1% because you'd be truly making sure that a person really believes in what they're submitting and they're not just submitting to kind of like maliciously spam your inbox as it were.
That's that may be a great idea, and I don't think anybody's ever come up with that one because there's believe me, there's all kinds of ideas floating around on changing the way VP is given out and such, and we also need uh, incoming income because a lot's going out, but we need some coming in. That is something definitely that would help in that aspect as well. So if you don't go, I'm going to tell you for now, stay out of the Dow, but unless you really want to go in. But it is a good idea, worth checking into. And if you don't, maybe I'll toss it out there and see what people say.
Yeah, well, the whole thing is like I'm not here to like make people's lives harder or cost people money needlessly. But what I always try to do, like when I'm involved in anything, is try to like keep outside influences like kind of honest, so that way they don't kind of abuse a system or a community. You know what I mean? So that's kind of why I do these kind of things. Like, so if I feel it's something that you guys could benefit from, then that's the only reason why I would kind of like even mention that. Because if I didn't feel that it was to your benefit, I wouldn't even speak on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think I think it might be a good idea. I haven't thought about all the pluses and minuses on it, but it may be definitely something to consider. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, especially since it's fairly inconsequential. It's like you're literally only talking at like 10%. That's a little heavy, right? That's 100 out of 1,000. But 1%, like if they can't fork over 10 for something that let's say they really believe in, do you really believe in it though? That's that's kind of where my mind goes with it. It's like if I really believe in some shit, it's not like 10 man is going to stop me from submitting the proposal.
And again, if you it's the same thing too. If you have some people that are behind you on it and believe in what you're putting through, and you need help, more than likely, if they truly believe in it, they would help you out some as well. Is the way I feel. I mean, I know I would.
Yeah, no, man, absolutely. I mean, what's crazy is like I worked with Brandon. I worked with him a bit on a wearable, and he helped me out. We put in Decentraland a mask basically for Psychotic Society. It's a wearable mask in there, and I think we were doing like October or something. We put it on sale or something. It's really cheap or something like, and it's a lot of them. So like we were like the goal was like everyone pretty much could just afford the mask. So like I forget what even the dude, I haven't logged. You know what's crazy? Like I've been like really like I fell off the map. It's insane. It's insane. But I'm telling you right now, like I'm super bullish on Worlds. Like this is huge because we have a lot of projects that we work with. I mean, a lot of communities, and some are bigger and some are smaller, but they're like, for instance, and the only reason why I'm going to mention this project is because I would try to kind of get them over into Worlds and say, hey, listen, bring over your community. They're a pretty big community. I know you guys have heard of Floki because Elon tweeted about Floki. he said he had a dog and he named it Floki. And that's when Floki price spiked, just like when he did the shit with Dogecoin and all, right? So there's a little history here, right? All behind the Shiba Inu and all this. But anyway, Floki, they're doing GameFi and stuff, right? They're building. And so I speak to them quite often. And so now with the worlds, I'm not sure if they got Decentraland land. You guys may know better than me if Floki actually has land. But still, even if they have land, it would kind of be cool to say, hey, look, you could have your land, but you could still build worlds because each world could be another build. So, like, let's say, for instance, in one world, it's like where you hold different type of events, or like say like you can make a first person kind of like thing where you're doing like missions and people are going against each other, right? Like in some kind of way. I don't know how far you can push the builds. I'm just saying, but in either case, depending on what the build limitations are, you can still design worlds that are specific to your themes. And so even if they do have land, they may be running land in one area a certain kind of way, but now you kind of got a free flowing thing. You can do a complete whole theme out there, and not kind of be in interactive. So it's very exclusive, like you can gate it. I'm assuming you can token gate it, right? Pretty much, I think. I don't know. Can you token gate it?
I mean, I don't have enough experience to say yes or no on that, but I assume that you could if you're in the SDK. One exists, you're saying 100%?
Yeah, I stopped by. There's a place called the Cat House that one, to enter the room, you have to enter the year you were born, and then they have 2 floors where it has to connect to your MetaMask. One of which is a VIP. So, and I've been to other places that were locked to me because I didn't have the proper credentials.
Okay, yeah, then it's gated. Okay, cool. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. So this is where it becomes really powerful because now you can have these different worlds. So even though you don't have land in Decentraland, you can still interact with the community. Then you can have your world and you can token gate that, and so you can tie it into your artwork, right? If people buy your art or they do this or they do that, whatever, right? Like you can even do something where you promote a friend, right? So let's say like Canessa, for instance, right? If you attend one of her events and you're a participant in that event, and let's say they had to buy something from her, an NFT of hers, and so you take that contract and you put that into your world, okay, and so now anyone who holds Canessa's NFT, that's the only way they can get into that particular world that you built. So it allows for this kind of cross collaboration thing. I think it's really cool, man. The only thing I would hope too is in these worlds there's like teleporters. I'm a real big proponent. Like I love teleporters. So is there a way to teleport in a teleporter from a world into another world? Like you just step on the teleporter, boom, beam me right to another world. So basically, on screen, the player would see a pop-up and then they can just select the world right from that little teleporter, and then they would just go into a friend's world or wherever or to back to main area, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've played games where they had those. That's kind of why I think they're pretty powerful too, those kind of little devices.
Let me correct myself. I'm not sure on the worlds about token gating. And the teleporters, I thinking yes. Scott can probably answer more positively. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
I'm
But
thinking yes also. Like, I mean, I think you could do that, but yeah.
But there is a proposal in the DAO currently to remove all restrictions from worlds, which should then open up, if it passes, open up the ability to token gate if it's not available or at the moment. And say that would same with portals if they're not. But then also because right now if you own land and you have a world, your world can appear on the events page, is my understanding. But if you don't have land, it won't.
All that with the game.
It's not.
If you didn't get out of my
That's
house.
correct.
11-year-old
Okay.
Chris
Thank
Gaither
you.
was home alone Wednesday morning.
Right, now that
when
would
he
be
heard a
okay.
noise.
Like, you still don't have to have them appear there. That could still be fine. Only the player would just almost see like a list, like a friends list. Whoever's on, say if you're friends with that player and they have a teleporter, they see the available now here's the cool thing, and I only got, this is only a concept from how it was set up in a game I used to play called DCUO. And so what would happen is the player who has a world, it kind of is like a joint approval, by the way. It's not even like someone, like I can't just pop into Canessa's world without her approval. So what happens is we both have to be friends, one. Then in her world, let's consider it like her house. She would then set the approval to allow that friend to enter. And once that approval is granted, then you can teleport in whether she's there or not. If she's, so she can set that permission and revoke it. And then, yeah, so, and then you just set it somewhere inside the world. There's, like we used to have these little terminals, and we would go to the terminals and we do these configurations, and they're in game. They're literally like in-game terminals that sat in our, like, let's say an apartment. You had like in a little house, and inside there, in reality, it was like a lair. So it was called like a lair system. So the lair system inside that would have like your bank, where you could store, items. You could store some items like say wearables. You could put them in this bank, or your without, and what it does is it kind of keeps the player. So picture like you have your main area where you would normally keep your stuff, but the bank, picture it like a shortcut. It creates like a shortcut for the player to kind of interact with their items, but in game. So I walk up to there, and there's my assets. I walk up to another terminal, and I can check my inbox, my mail. I walk up to another thing, and that's where there's a teleporter. And then you put it, say, you could station these throughout your apartment, right, or your lair, and then you have all these, and there's a bunch of different ones. One was for like I don't think Decentraland has PvP, but and I could be wrong, but for example, you could put you could have like this kind of could be cool for a person like Canessa or Sinful, who you guys like to dress up a lot, and so what you do is there's these stations where you can save up to 4 styles inside your machine, and so basically, no matter where you are at in the world, you can kind of reference that machine once you set it, and it will change your whole entire style based on that initial configuration, and then you'll see the avatar. So like inside your lair or your house or whatever, you'll actually see the avatar standing on a little platform, and it will be wearing that item. So let's say you had 4 machines, you'll see all 4 avatars wearing each style, and so you would set it to like, let's say up, down, left, or right. So while you're playing in game, if you're in a different location, say like it's Halloween and you don't want to just change the style, you can just hit like up or left, and then your whole style changes for the event, kind of like that you're in, that you've preset that style for. So that's kind of like little stuff like that. You know what I mean?
We just
go ahead.
No, go ahead. You do. You go.
I was going to probably say exactly what you were gonna. If you haven't been in yet, big updates to our backpacks or closets, whatever you like. Our backpacks have closets for our avatars, which kind of does what you're talking about. There's 5 preset styles you can assign, and it holds otherwise it holds everything that you have, and that's with you all the time. And another one of the coolest things they've added to it is you can put your favorite outfit on and export your Decentraland avatar as a VRM, which is becoming one of the most popular metaverse world's avatar files, and then bring it into those that allow or have VRM capabilities, which is quite a few: HyperFi, On Cyber, and more, I'm sure.
Oh, nice. Oh, wow, that's great. Yeah, see, those are good changes, man. Oh, by the way, the name of that was called an armory. That's what they called that. This was back in DCO. It was called an armory. So yeah, I'm glad to see that you guys are actually like, because these are little problems that are not like huge, but when in the games I used to play, the like style was a big thing. And a lot of times people change the style a lot, and you may not realize like that little convenience, like just showing like that you guys are actually thinking about these things and making these changes. This is really good, because now I literally can't wait to go, make a world, kind of get back into that. Yeah, that's really, really bullish. And like I said, I'm all for it. So the day you guys want to sit there and try to vote on that little kickback from Worlds, the only thing I think, once you allow them to kind of generate revenue, and then you can take your little percentage off of them. I think that any developer or community would be willing to pay that fee to be able to conduct business in those worlds, because that really is what it's all about, really creating the platform and the tools. You don't really want to be like super like, you don't want to be like so exclusive to the point where you're not really scaling, right? So I think that was a good decision, although it sounded negative in the beginning. I think like, yeah, I wish I heard about that sooner, to be honest. Like, yeah, when did they do that? Was that a few years ago?
No, it's been sometime this year, maybe 2, 3, 4 months ago.
Oh, okay. Because I was about to say I didn't hear about it, because I remember I met you guys like last year, and I was like, I don't remember hearing about that. So this is very new. Okay.
And also, the foundation has I don't know what you would call it, but basically, on average, now this does not mean every time it will be this way, but on an average, we can expect something new every 1.5 weeks coming out of there. And there's been tons. So I don't know if you ever heard about smart wearables. Those just became real. What was the other? I was gonna.
Yeah, you can fly. One Exist and I were flying around a couple weeks ago.
Yep, and there's a new camera feature that is pretty cool that they've listened to us, and they're working on some changes on there. And well, there was something else really huge I was going to tell you, and for the life of me, I can't remember it. Oh, okay. So I don't know if you remember how much you paid to submit your wearable, but because you were talking about fees, trust me, most of the community, they want no fees on anything. But doesn't bring us any money in. And a lot of you in here might not know this either, but the wearable fee has dropped from 150 USD, so it would be $150 in mana, but it just dropped to 100 to submit a new wearable.
I just published last night, and that was like 330 mana. which is nice because last week I think I paid like $4.90. So
Man.
that's a big change, especially when mana goes to yeah. When you start converting, what was mana at $5? Yeah, it's like
Last I
it's a
was
lot.
29 cents.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
On
that's
its way
really
to the moon. Go ahead, Psychotic.
no, that's really cool, man. Absolutely. I mean, I wish I could cook this stuff a lot more, but obviously I would have to outsource a lot of that. But when it comes to the game, like dev stuff, but there's just too much to study at this point. But yeah, no, that's good, man. You guys seems like you guys are really functioning on all cylinders. To be honest, like this is good information now. Like I can get this information out to people, and also, like I said, now I literally want to get situated, get a world locked in, and get out there and start really experimenting with that. It kind of just opens up a whole lot of options, because I think that's just the first step. But I do think it was the right decision. But I also do believe that there's no reason why it's and like I said, not if the world is not generating revenue, but like for instance, like if we start selling anything, any sales that go that world, a percentage of that, whether it be 1% or 3%, should go to the original landowners. So I think nobody would contest that on the world side,
Yeah, probably not. And the DAO probably at first at least wouldn't be all set on start charging a percentage themselves. Maybe further down the line when we got more people and it's needed, it could become a thing that would be voted on, of course. But I don't see that happening. But I also wanted to say, so you were talking about like the treasure chest or the bank. I do know at least two of the games we have. Now they're people sometimes like to compare us to Fortnite. We're far, 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 far from that as far as games go. But like Exodus is a fantasy role play game. I would say kind of, I mean, similar in very few things, but like WoW, World of Warcraft, it has a bank to store extra supplies for that game itself. And I know Wilderness, which is a magical type PVE game, has a treasure chest that you can store some extra merchandise in as well.
Right. So that's something that exists right now in Decentraland that a builder implemented in their world.
On their land, yes.
Okay, yeah. So that just goes to show you that basically they already have the quite a bit of range to kind of build what they want to build. So that's really cool. Yeah, I like that, man. Yeah, because like I said, once I have a world like that, I can literally sit there, get the right people hired and get them building. Like, there's no way I'm not going to build it. And see, to be honest, like I don't mind hiring the people to build it, but I don't want to just like sometimes you create something and you're kind of standalone. Like everyone thinks like they want to make that like a standalone thing or their own metaverse or their own thing. Like you're just basically going to be like a needle in like a massive haystack. So to be honest, like you're better off putting your energy into established kind of communities and things like that, and kind of pushing in a similar direction. You know what I mean? Because you could end up just like creating this whole big thing, and like it's just like a shell. Nobody's there. It absolutely can happen. So I think what you guys already have like a lot of momentum. So like we definitely want to build inside of it. So I think you guys actually are taking a big step, and trust me, it's definitely not negative. it might seem that way, but if you guys just really, let that grow, like I said, I'll definitely be a person that will be speaking on this for sure, because it's really, really big news. You know what I mean? It's really, really big news. But yeah.
Oh,
uh,
and they're making things easier to build for those of us that don't have the Blender talent. They have a new web builder, which they're making improvements on because I've been complaining, and there's no documentation to explain how to do it. If you are familiar with the old builder, it helps some, but not a lot. But they have told me that they are working on making changes to it. And there's also, I don't think it's official yet, but a proposal for Last Slice, which does a lot for Decentraland, to create an in-world builder as well.
Yeah,
So
which is
building,
crazy. Is that I was speaking of that like earlier before you were speaking. Yeah, I was speaking about an in-world, which yeah. But like you said, if you do create anything that's supporting, I mean, people do see that and they appreciate it. Like even if it's not a perfect builder, like even if you have something, generally speaking, it's still helpful. You know what I mean? Because you could still like theoretically maybe get some things done and get some like basic things done, concepts, and then outsource some other things. And so, yeah, I'd just definitely be excited to see what could come of this. I mean, yeah, my brain's going like a mile a minute, but I definitely have some crazy ideas. One of the things I'd like to do is like I have this whole entire map, um, and basically, like say you got a world and it's just like a globe, that really has no textures and things like that. There, like my brother had a person create an entire, uh, basically like a world, and so all we would have to do is scale it down. Because it was built for Unreal Engine, so it's huge. But we would scale it down to whatever the limitations are, and just kind of port his world into Decentraland, and then from there, I have a temple that I bought from a marketplace in Unreal Engine's Epic Market, and it's a glorious temple. It's ridiculous, but it's the same thing. Like I could kind of like get that temple and create like a Decentraland version of that, because that was always one of the things I wanted, kind of like in. I'm spitting a little bit of my alpha here, but I don't care, whatever. Kind of like a Temple of Doom, Indiana Jones type thing, where you kind of are traveling through it, and there's a lot of ways to die inside said temple. So you don't necessarily fight anyone, but the temple itself is fairly rigged. And so as you're getting lost in it, there are many pitfalls for the user to kind of have to navigate through. And so that's just one of my things that I would love to actually see that come alive and build that. Yeah, so we'll see.
That would be cool. Have you seen the pyramid by like Wonder Zone? I think it's a really old game, but that they kind of had that like where you're going through, it's like a temple. I think there's like little monkeys trying to get you and stuff, but yeah, it'd be cool to see more games like that designed.
Yeah, mine, like as long as you can fall like through the floor. So like for instance, like I always love this one where it's very Tomb Raider-ish, where you have the tiles and you're walking through the room, and then the tiles, you just don't know which tile you can fall through, right? So you kind of are like navigating these sketchy tiles. I love that. And then so sometimes it's one or two tiles that can come loose, but sometimes it's four. And so in some cases you may have to jump etc. And so obviously, what's usually waiting beneath is either like spikes or molten lava, something along those lines for the user. Those are the things that really excite me. You know, just punishing, you know, virtual avatars all day in the Temple of Death. That really, really, I'll spend quite a bit of money to make sure this gets built.
That'll be sick. Sounds like something we haven't seen yet, and you know, I think anything that Decentraland hasn't seen, we want it. So that's awesome. Make it happen. Make it so.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'm getting my land. I'm gonna get my land tomorrow morning, first thing when I get set up. Yeah, I'm gonna get it, and then yeah, I can't wait, man. This is crazy. This is big news, man. I'm gonna share this. What's today? My days are spun around. I'm so sorry. Is this Saturday? Let me
I think
see.
it's Saturday. Yeah, I think it is.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
operating under the assumption that it's Saturday. So
All
sometimes
right.
I'm.
Well, man, I appreciate you guys. Man, there was a lot of information, but man, so this space, I'm glad you guys recorded it. So much information, so much alpha, you know. Yeah, definitely. Good stuff. I will be headed out. I'm going to take a nap before work. I got to get my money up to pay my builders. You know, this is probably going to cost me at least $1,000, I'm thinking. I don't know, because you know, there's this. I don't want to kind of like pull no punches on the build. You know what I mean? Like, and like a nod to like Austin Powers. Here's a real cool one before I head out. Like, just someone steal all my ideas. Go ahead and build. No, so a water maze. Okay, so basically there'll be an area in the temple where you have to swim, and when you go down, okay, you have to go down. It forces you down. And under there, it's you basically are now suffocating, right? You're running out of air. And you have to navigate the water maze. If not, you drown inside of the maze. So it's a maze with the pressure of the fact that you're facing drowning. It's really a nice touch. I just love something about someone drowning in an underwater labyrinth. It just excites me. So I'll leave you guys with that. Lot. This is just the tip of my mind. So that's why I'm psychotic. Nice to meet all you guys. Yeah. So stay tuned. Thanks for having
Yeah.
me up.
Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. So we have been going for about 4 hours and 21 minutes. What do you think, Vanessa? Is it a good time to start winding down?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was hungry. I ate some cheese puffs, but I'm feeling like I need a little more than that. So probably go get some food, sunshine, all that good stuff.
Yep, definitely. So on that note, let's see. Does anyone have any final thoughts?
Ooh, I got one. Okay. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
There we go.
Yep.
I haven't heard that in years since
I was gonna
Barstool.
say 1998, right?
Oh, come on, dude. Stop dating me. What the?
And I just want to remind people, if you can, please stop by, even just to say hi or happy birthday to Josh tonight in Spatial. I think it's 9 p.m. Eastern. Thank you.
Thank you, One Existence. And yeah, everyone, thank you so much for your time. For those of you that have uh, lasted for the last 4 hours and 20 minutes, there's been a few of you that I have seen here literally the entire time. Thank you so much for your time. We love you and appreciate you. And see you back here next week on Saturday. Noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And I'll pass it back to you, Kanessa.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks everybody awesome to have some new users here, new old users. It's always good to see old familiar faces come back. Thank you everybody for joining us in world. It means the world to me to see everybody jumping with this new emote. It just like can't tell you how cool that is. I feel like a kid again, just like watching everybody jump on the trampoline. So thank you so much and have a good week. Be kind to each other and be kind to yourself. Take care. Bye-bye.